Namaste, good morning. Welcome to all of you, all the participants. Sunita ma'am, the principal of Salvan Public School. Aarti ma'am, PGT Biology from Salvan Public School. We are here for our today's session on the topic of herbal heritage for class 6 to 8. And welcome Sunita ma'am, welcome Aarti ma'am. Um, can you please unmute your mics?
Yes,
Yes.
morning everyone. Namaskar.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, Aarti ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
There is no introduction more required for the Sunita ma'am. Earlier, we are working together, and I had a session on the topic of horticulture with Sunita ma'am, and it was fabulous. And Aarti will also joining us today on the topic of herbal heritage. Sunita ma'am, I just wanted to know herbal and heritage. What is the combination? Herbal heritage. Can I get the some glimpse?
Yes, herbs are a foundation in India, Indian culture. So we have been using herbs for various, health issues. किसी
Mhm.
को पेट में परेशानी है तो कहते हैं अजवाइन ले लीजिए, पुदीना खा लीजिए, पुदीने की
बिल्कुल।
चटनी बना लीजिए, या
बिल्कुल।
कोई चोट लग जाती है तो नीम के पत्ते इस्तेमाल कर सकते
हुँ,
हैं।
हुँ, हुँ।
तो हर्ब्स तो इंडियन ट्रेडिशन में बहुत ही मायने रखती हैं, और कितनी खूबसूरत बात है कि हम बच्चों को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं इन चीज़ों से, और वो हैंड्स ऑन एक्टिविटीज से अपने कल्चर को वैल्यू करना, अप्रिशिएट करना सीखेंगे। So heritage is like feeling proud of the cultural as well as the scientific heritage that India
हुँ,
has. So we want all the children to feel proud of their country and their heritage.
yes, yes. I think, since the small age, if we start and make them learn that the organic things are much better than chemical things, then in future, India will become a herbal kind of a country. Right,
Yes, yes,
Aarti?
definitely.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm. So, what is the minimal herbs?
Ma'am,
Uh,
minimal herbs. Minimal herbs are like these are the herbs which are available in our surroundings, in our near surroundings. We have neem. We can apply
mm,
neem whenever we get
mm,
injured, or if we have any digestive discomfort, or aloe
mm,
vera. It is easily available to us. We can use
mm,
this aloe vera in our cosmetic products for
mm,
hydrating, moisturizing our skin. And
mm,
we have Tulsi. This is also available in our home very easily.
mm,
Use this herb to treat cold or sore throat. Uh, so these are basically those herbs which are generally available in our surrounding in a very
mm,
easy way, and we can apply it uh, to any discomfort if we are having.
हम्म। आई थिंक सुनीता मैम, आरती मैम, हम लोग बिलोंग करते हैं शायद नीम की दातुन से। लेकिन ये हमने टूथपेस्ट कल्चर अपना लिया है। इफ वी गो विद द नीम की दातुन, इट मे आई थिंक क्योर मेनी ऑफ द थिंग्स लाइक sugar. If someone is suffering from sugar, it will clean their teeth as well as clean their sugar level also.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there are so many other benefits also. So when one is doing
Mhm.
datun,
Mhm.
it has antimicrobial properties also. It's not just cleaning the teeth; it is
Mhm.
removing the microbes also. And then,
Mhm.
as you said, that neem can also be an antidote for diabetes. So
Mhm.
that will be very, very useful for us. And similarly, there are so many things like even adrak or haldi. I mean,
Mhm.
our parents have been using it, but somehow we've lost touch with all these
Yes,
spices.
yes.
And if we start using them, as you said, we will be chemical free. Like our bodies are becoming, a place where so many chemicals are getting accumulated. So if
Yes.
we really want to cleanse ourselves, we have to go organic. We have to go for the natural cures of different problems that we suffer from. Because when we take chemicals, what happens is that we do cure one problem, but then these chemicals can have other effects on our body.
Yes, yes, yes. So nowadays, I have also seen that outside the parks there are so many juice walas who all are making juice with the neem ki patti, karela, amla, and
Wheatgrass,
aloe vera. Yes,
wheatgrass also, wheatgrass.
wheatgrass also. So
Yeah.
I think a person who is not so much literate also knows the benefits of herbs, natural herbs,
Definitely.
organic things.
Yeah.
So we all are here, I think, here together, we all are literate persons, and we should spread the light of herbs
Yes.
around our surroundings. So let's start with our formal sessions now onwards. So over to both of the resource persons. Over to you, Sunita ma'am and Aarti ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jyoti ji. I'll just share my screen. I'm
Mhm.
Sunita Madan. So, can you see my screen, Jyoti ma?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. And today we've gathered here to know about a wonderful curriculum, a skill curriculum which has been introduced by CBSE, which is called the Herbal Heritage Series for classes 6th, 7th, and 8th. As you can see on the screen, these are the three skill manuals which are released by CBSE for aloe vera and Tulsi. And class 8th book talks about turmeric and ginger. Now, as we were discussing with Jyoti ji, who is the assistant secretary in CBSC, why herbal heritage? So, herbal heritage refers to the knowledge and practices associated with the use of medicinal plants that have been passed down from generation to generation. This curriculum, it is a comprehensive age appropriate program which offers practical and engaging hands-on experience to the children. So when we see the CBSC website, so this is how the code of the program comes as. It is Herbal Heritage code number 924. And who are the teachers who can teach this skill module? It's not necessary that only a bio teacher will be able to teach this skill module. When we go through this skill module, you will see it is very simply written with stories and anecdotes and small activities. So, any teacher who knows a little bit of science and I mean, she has some idea about gardening, can definitely take up this subject. So, a social science teacher can also take it up, home science teacher can take it up, a sports teacher can also take it up if he or she is keen in growing plants. Now, what is exactly the scheme of studies for this particular skill course? Now, this skill module is supposed to be completed in 12 hours. 12 hours will roughly mean that around 24 periods will be required to complete the syllabus. Now, syllabus is limited. It has 5 to 6 chapters which are present in the CBSE manual, and they can actually take up the skill module in class 6th and 7th and 8th, or it can be like in 6th we could not do it, but now in 7th we want to introduce, you can even do that. Or now if the kids are in class 8 and they want to start this skill subject, they can do that also. So schools are free to adopt these skill modules, and you do not need any special permission from CBSE to introduce this new skill subject in your school. Now, when we talk about the mark distribution, We can prepare the papers ourselves. We do not have to go to CBSE. Yes, sample questions are given in the skill manual. After every chapter, there are multiple choice questions, there are competency based questions, as well as there are some practical activities given. So the breakup will be theory will be for 15 marks and the practical will be for 35 marks. So the total is 50 marks as per the policy given by the CBSE. And this assessment has to be done internally by the school. Now, why herbal heritage as a skill course? We all are aware that the new education policy has been introduced in 2020, which focuses on joyful learning. So the primary focus in the school should be that the children, they are learning by doing and they should enjoy what they're learning, because we often find that the students, they get somehow entangled in the race to get marks, and many a times teachers focus on rote learning. That is, you have to learn the definitions, you have to learn the functions, you have to learn the steps of any particular method or a process. But now the focus is actually on the skill based learning. So this particular course will empower a child towards self-reliance. So we all saw that during COVID, there were so many people who lost their jobs because they were in hospitality industry. No one was going to restaurants. No one was booking, packages, tour packages. So what did these people do? They somehow, they had fallen back on their own skill sets. Some started cooking and started, home delivery service. Some started making herbal products which they were selling, which were useful at the time of COVID. So these are like set of skills which a child can develop in the middle school, and these skills the child can fall back whenever there is a need, or otherwise even for a hobby one can start, growing these plants and preparing some products, homemade products, which they can share with their community. So it brings about self reliance and dignity of the individual. So people during COVID who did not want to, borrow money from others, what did they start doing? They started making food, home cooked food, and offered that food for some nominal cost to their, neighbors. That okay, I will prepare the food for you and I'll send it to your place. Similarly, some people, they started making some, the ones who knew stitching, they started making some articles. Some started making soft toys. So India has a very rich cultural heritage. And this was one time when all of us were actually proud of our cultural heritage. There were people who were manufacturing Tulsi drops, and these Tulsi drops we used to add to our tea or to the water and take it because it is considered as antimicrobial. So, this particular skill course, what does it offer? According to National Curriculum Framework and NEP, it focuses on making learning a joyful experience, and it removes stress from the students. What a lovely thing to go on a beautiful day to the garden instead of studying in the classroom, and maybe harvesting some tulsi leaves or lemongrass leaves from the school garden and preparing some products. It also helps in developing a self-reliance and dignity of the individual, which would form the basis of social relationship and would develop a sense of non-violence and oneness across the society. Future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways. CBSE says that from this year, 50% of the question paper will focus on competency based learning. It will no longer focus on theoretical concepts or It will not focus on vomiting out whatever you have learned by heart throughout the year. It will talk about how the topic that you are studying applies in the, applies in our daily life. So it will focus on that. Now, why herbal heritage? Why not some other skill subject? It talks about collaboration and teamwork. The children can work in groups. They will learn how to maybe appreciate the ideas given by their friends. Let's say the children have gone to the garden and they are planting mint plants. Okay. So now we have, let's say, 50 small mint plants, and we have to identify the location where the mint plants have to be put. Now, these children are discussing which will be the ideal place. So when they study in the skill subject manual that, okay, how much sunlight is required, how much air is required for growing mint plants, they will reason with each other that why the venue or the spot which I have selected for planting the mint plants is better than the plot which somebody else has selected. And they will actually be touching the soil, which our children do not get an opportunity at home. So they will be in the garden, they'll be tilling the soil, they will be watering the plants, they will be collecting the products from these plants. And what joy it is to see that whatever you planted is now blooming and it is giving out flowers and fruits. So, collaboration and teamwork is a very important life skill which all the children should start learning in the middle school. This is the time when you should start respecting the opinions of the others. Second is hands-on approach to the practical knowledge. So when we study in the chapter on food or agriculture that tilling is required because it creates air spaces, because the roots need to breathe, we will not understand unless and until we take care of these plants ourselves. This is also a shift from the traditional rote learning. This is what I was telling you a few minutes back. Developing specific competencies to connect to the real world settings. World is a beautiful place, but when you start doing a business, you set up maybe your own startup, then there will be resistance from various sectors. There will be people who will say that your product is costly. Some will judge your product that I'm not liking the smell of your product. Some will say that, because you've started this business in the society, there are so many people coming, I'm getting disturbed. So there will be so many different kinds of opinions that the society will offer. So we will need different kinds of competencies to tackle all these challenges and somehow move forward. These competencies can even be linked to the commercial part of starting a business. What was my, capital that I started with? How much is my profit? Am I spending too much money on the publicity of the product? Or is it that I'm taking too much of profit, so that's why no one is buying my product? So we need so many different kinds of competencies in the real world when we become adults and we start working, so that we become an important member of society. What is the vision and mission of this initiative? It provides natural solutions to various problems. As we were discussing during COVID, people went back to kadas prepared by their mothers or grandmothers to take care of the sore throat or cold or things like this. So natural solution for skin irritation. Aloe vera can be a balm which can be used, or haldi can be used whenever there is an injury, or we can use, as Jyoti ma'am was mentioning, we can use datun in place of toothpaste, which is chemical in nature. We can also use, products like mint tea, to cool our body. We can use ajwain for indigestion. Now, all these things, if they are grown organically, will not cause any kind of side effect. Otherwise, what happens is that whenever you take a medicine and you develop sort of a habit, like let's say you every other day you are popping a Digene because you're getting acidity. So this Digene is made up of some chemicals. And if these chemicals become more in our body, they can also cause some kind of side effect. So it is very important. And as now Modi ji also says that we have to use make in India kind of products. Okay, so it will bring about self reliance, it will bring about more business for our farmers. Our farmers will be able to earn more. Rather than just growing wheat and rice, they will be able to grow herbs in their fields. And when they are growing herbs, obviously they earn much more as compared to the staple food that they're growing. So this creates, you can say, livelihood. It creates, money also for our poor farmers who are right now, depending only on the climatic conditions. So in the other course which I had presented in 11th and 12th, we talked about horticulture, how to scientifically, follow the farming guidelines so that we can increase productivity and we can reduce the effort and the physical labor in the agricultural field. So, natural solutions is a way to go. Back to nature. Instead of looking for happiness in the outer world and making Instagram reels or gaming, online gaming. Our children, these days they are so addicted to gadgets, mobile phones, iPads, laptops, because they are somehow not getting an opportunity to bond with people. They hardly know five people in their community or in their society, which is very sad. When we were kids, we used to go out and play with people. Sometimes there will be arguments. Sometimes somebody will, get hurt also. Somebody, will get angry also. But then we understood through our small fights how we have to get along with people, how we have to accept others in our life. So, when the children learn a little bit about growing plants, about farming, instead of, getting engaged with their devices, they will actually be able to, find solace and pleasure and happiness in the natural surroundings. You might be knowing that people nowadays do not want to go to, these movie shows or places where there's a loud music playing. Rather, in their holidays they want to go and book some Airbnb in a hill station and spend some time with nature and their pets. So this is the way which we all should be taking now. And we have to shut down the noise which is there around us. That noise can be from our mobile phones. That noise can be from, the people around us, the honking of the horns on the busy roads in the metropolitan cities. The third vision is redefining Ayurveda. Ayurveda is an ancient knowledge that India has been having from thousands of years. And at that time, gurus, when the children were studying in Gurukul, they were not just learning the concepts of science, maths, or social studies or language. They were actually learning how to use different, how to grow different kinds of herbs and how to use these herbs to treat various medical problems. So at that time, Ayurveda was at its zenith. And then a time came, like at the time when the Britishers were in India, it became, they started influencing Indians with the Western culture, and it became less fashionable to follow our age old, traditions and practices and the knowledge. And we started imitating the West. Now, this is the situation with our kids also. Because of the internet, our kids are, getting to know what is happening in UK, what is happening in US, but unfortunately, they are not picking up their day culture, where these people, in Western countries, they work hard, they have honesty, integrity, and they work non-stop in their, work timings. But what we are imitating is their fashion culture, we are imitating their nightlife and not the day life. Okay. So it has become important that we should now start feeling proud of our Indian cultural and herbal heritage. And we should go back to Ayurveda, prepare medicines which are not having any kind of side effects, and rather stop taking medicines and, become one with nature, so that then nature takes care of our health issues and other problems. Healthy thinking and living. So once herbs become a part of the life for these middle class students, they will definitely make it a practice, to use these herbs in their life. So if I learn as a seventh or eighth class child about mint, how mint can be used in my lemonade, or how mint chutney can, have a cooling effect on my stomach, or how the wheat grass that I'm growing or the lemongrass that I'm growing, it can have insecticidal properties. So if I grow lemongrass, I'll have less number of mosquitoes in my house. So if I start knowing about these things, I'm sure that these plants will become a part of my life. So in this skill subject, we are not just talking about science, we are integrating it with different subjects. Okay. So, this is how we integrate horticulture into our life, into the different subjects. So, when we are talking about herbal heritage, definitely all these herbs, they are grown in a scientific method, by a scientific method, and they have different kinds of leaves. The science teacher can talk about the venation, the science teacher can talk about the simple and compound leaves, they can talk about herbs, shrubs, and trees. They can also talk about which plant product are we using, or how are we propagating this particular plant. Like in mint, we can propagate mint very easily by separating the stalks of the main plant and putting them separately into the soil. So the child learns about plant propagation, the child learns about the botany aspect, the child learns about the chemical properties of soil also. So chemistry is also involved. And of course, you can imagine how physics can be brought into it, because when we are making, let's say, the oil, when we are extracting oil from lemongrass, we're talking about vaporization, we're talking about states of matter, the temperature which will be required, and all those things. So that is the science part of the horticulture. Second comes maths. So, at what angle the plant has to grow, from where is the sunlight coming, then how much of the product did we make, and how much of the product could we sell. Calculations can come, analysis can come. And of course, English is a part of all the subjects. So when we are making a salad, the recipe has to be designed. When we are making a lemonade, we can write about our experience. How did we make lemonade? How did we enjoy it? What are the advantages of lemongrass in our life? So journalism, journaling, and recipe creation, that can come as a part of English. And yes, history. So this is our heritage, herbal heritage. So these herbs are not new to us. They have been there in our Vedas and in our scriptures from the time immemorial. So when we talk about history of that particular plant, there will be some plants which were introduced in India by some, let's say, Mughal emperor, or maybe by Britishers, or they were popularized by some, historical personality. So we can talk about origin and discovery. In fact, the curriculum which has been designed for this skill subject, it is very comprehensive, age appropriate, and you will find that the activities are very simply written and these are doable. There is nothing in this book which a teacher or a student will not be able to follow. Simple recipes are given, how we can use, lemongrass in some of the recipes, or how we can use haldi in our, in treating some problem, how we can use mint in making a chutney or a drink out of it. And in fact, all these activities, they have a solid foundation in art and science of herbal medicine. So the learning objectives of this particular course are to sensitize the students about importance of medicinal plants in daily life. This is what we were talking about. We should feel proud to be an Indian, that in India there is so much of knowledge. I mean, there's so much knowledge about the different medicinal plants which we have been using in our daily life. Students should be able to appreciate this concept. They should also be able to develop some skills in maintaining a herbal garden. Today we are talking to them about, let's say, lemongrass and tulsi or mint. But tomorrow, if they want to grow some other plant, let's say they want to put dhania, then they want to grow dhania, or they want to grow maybe tomatoes in their herbal garden, they should be able to do it. So it's not that the method only trains them to grow only these 6 plants in the the 3 modules. Every module has 2 plants which are in focus, but it also encourages them to maybe grow some other herbal plants also in their garden. To involve community in the herbal garden development in schools in order to make this process a learning and sharing experience. In our school, we have started growing baby plants. These are not sprouts, slightly bigger than the sprouts. These are called as microgreens. Now, when we are growing microgreens, sometimes we need help of some scientists who come and guide us that, okay, what is wrong? Why the microgreens are not growing well? And sometimes when from these microgreens we have to make sandwiches for our children or soup for our children, then we need help of our, chefs. So we invite some chefs to the school and they give us recipes how to use microgreens in our daily food, like how we can make them a part of our sandwiches, how we can make them a part of our garnish in the vegetables or soups. So we are engaging chefs. Then we also take children to our nearby agricultural fields, and children actually interview the farmers to find out how they take care of the pests or how they, till the soil, because they have such big agricultural field. So, it has created a very good community interaction of our middle school students with the community. So the farmer is also feeling proud that, children are coming to him and asking him their doubts. And he feels that, yes, he's an important part of the society. Similarly, there are parents who are coming to school and helping us in developing the herbal garden. So parents also become a part of the integral part of the school community. Talking about the learning outcomes of these skill courses, they learn critical thinking. For example, if I am growing lemongrass and suddenly I realize that all the plants are dying, maybe I have watered them too much. So then I will learn that what works and what does not work. So I will be able to think critically and maybe improve my strategy next time. Practical skills. So when we are growing these products, these plants, and then we are making products out of these plants, like in our school, we do have lemongrass. And from this lemongrass, we initially started with drying of the leaves of the lemongrass, putting them in bottles, and gifting it, for a particular group of students to maybe carry a lot of water to a distant area where the watering has to be done, or how to harvest it, or how to remove pests, from my herbal garden. So what do? We send these kids to different teachers and how I can solve this problem. So they'll have to do some research sometimes. So problem solving is another skill that we learn in the process. They learn valuable skills, and of course, throughout I have been talking about preserving and promoting the cultural heritage of India. This is our main objective. Now, what are the future prospects of this particular skill module? How this can become a part of the learning for the middle school students? Maybe in future, some of them might become an entrepreneur. They might start making maybe lemongrass oil. They might start making soaps which are infused with aloe vera or infused with, neem, etc. So I can actually show you, like in our school, if you can see on the camera, this is a soap, neem soap, which we are making. This is how the neem soap looks like. It has small specks of neem in it. Okay. And the neem leaves are from the school. They have been dried, sun dried by the students, crushed, and then introduced in the soap. Similarly, in our school, we are making hand washes. Now, different kinds of hand washes are made by the children. And in these hand washes, we can add rose essence, like the rose petals from the school are collected and rose essence is taken out. Neem can be added, aloe vera can be added in the soap, in the hand wash. And then we are growing microgreens. So I'm talking about entrepreneurship, like how later on these kids will be able to use. So this is actual lemongrass. This is growing in our, this is wheat grass that we are growing as a part of our microgreens project. Okay. And here we have extracted lemongrass oil from the lemongrass, which is growing in the school fields. So this is how the lemongrass leaves look like. So what I'm talking about entrepreneurship, I have seen it in my own school, how the students have started, suggesting that, okay, let us start making this particular product from the plants which are growing in the school campus. So they will be then, of course, they'll have to prepare a business plan and create a lot of herbal products. Now, what can go wrong when we are talking about entrepreneurship? Maybe when we are growing only one pot of lemongrass, it might be practical. But when we are growing it in a large scale, how much money is involved in taking care of the plants? Then how much product are we getting, what kind of cost can we keep for the product that we want to sell. So we did this experiment with our soaps also. And today, like, Jyoti ma'am, you're saying something?
No, no, Sunita ma'am. Keep
Oh,
continue.
okay. So these herbal products, we had to do a lot of discussion with the students to decide the rate of each of these products, so that it is neither too costly, and of course it covers the cost which is incurred, for growing that plant. Next is career in herbal industry. So we can go into manufacturing and product development, and we will learn about, I'll give you an example here, aloe vera. When we are extracting the aloe vera gel, it has a substance which can be a skin irritant. So if we do not remove that substance from the aloin, it's called, if we do not remove that from the gel, we do not separate it from the gel, then what can happen? This aloe vera gel can cause some kind of skin rashes. So when we venture into an industry, we have to take care of so many things. Sustainable farming. If I'm a farmer and I am growing some kind of staple crop, then along with the staple crop, I can have some plants which can grow alongside with my staple crop, and they can give me an added advantage. Like, in addition to wheat or rice, I am growing lemongrass, or I am growing haldi, or I am growing adrak, and I'm making some products out of it and selling them for some extra income. Similarly, some of these products can be used in cosmetic industry. We tried even making hand creams out of the rose and some aromatic flowers that we were growing, and we were quite successful. But our cream could not stay for long. So then we realized that maybe we have to add some stabilizer, into our cream so that it can stay for long. So all these skills we learn once we start practicing the herbal heritage. We can go for research and development. So if I want to do research in lemongrass, if I want to do research in mint and find out what are the chemical components present, or which oils are present in lemongrass or in mint, which are actually responsible for the health benefits of that particular plant, I can do that. Maybe I can compare two different species of mint growing in two different geographical areas and find out which one is more effective. So one can easily go into research and development part. We can also go into alternative medicine, although I will not suggest that one should start suggesting to people on a public platform, which often happens now, that on Instagram everyone is a doctor. They tell you that, okay, if you want to have weight loss, then have this kada or that kada. Different people will have different kinds of health conditions. So unless and until we are qualified, we should not be suggesting alternative medicine to people. But yes, children who take up the who take this up as a profession and they are properly trained in that, they can help in guiding for alternative medicine also. These days, nutrition and wellness has become very, very fashionable industry. People are charging in lakhs, to make you glow, to make you fit, to make you slimmer, or maybe to add, to make you fair, and things like this. So nutrition and wellness is an industry which is picking up very well, and the students who are interested, they can actually take up this profession in future. Herbal tourism is again a very, very in thing. I told you, people are not going to crowded places anymore for their vacations, they want to go to a certain small town in Shimla or Uttarakhand where they can see, how these herbs are growing, or maybe they can pluck some apples from the trees and enjoy. So herbal tourism is also picking up. And if you create a beautiful herbal field, your field can also earn, some extra lakhs by inviting people in small groups to explain how the plants grow, how they can make products out of it. So herbal tourism can also, become a very big industry. What are the opportunities for teaching staff when we talk about these courses? These skill subjects, they not only empower our students, but they also empower our teachers. So teachers can become mentors, they can become coaches. And if a teacher starts taking interest in this, the teacher can become an in charge for the school herbal garden. And she can create so many products which can be, it'll be a learning experience for the teacher also. So maybe in the as a hobby, that teacher can start making products out of these herbs, and maybe she can gift it to her friends and relatives, and that will create a very, very positive impact on society. Of course, the teacher can become a trainer and do some professional development workshops for the other teachers. Partnership with industries, this is very, very crucial. So let's say if I'm making aloe vera, I'm extracting aloe vera, or I'm making lemongrass oil, I can talk to some cosmetic industries and take my children to that industry, how they are using these oils, how they are refining these oils so that they do not cause allergies. And we can learn more about manufacturing and maybe packaging of these herbal products. Teachers can do some action research projects, and these projects can be published in CBSE manuals, in Directorate of Education manuals. You can submit your research to NCERT, to various reputed universities, and maybe you can get a lot of recognition out of it. You can publish papers on different herbs. And of course, if you become a very important, member of the society, you can look forward to some leadership roles. Maybe there can be a community who invite you to become their chairperson or their advisor, okay, and talk about these initiatives in the public. So, what kind of curriculum are we having when we talk about the herbs, the different kinds of herbs? So, unique feature of this is emphasis on self-reflection. Now, in the textbook, after every chapter, there are small exercises given, which can be true, false kind of exercises, fun facts, recipes. And then there is a column given, self-reflection. The child can write about what, how, and why. For example, what is aloe vera gel? How do we make it? And why is it useful? So, the teacher can give some simple concepts, and these concepts from the topic can be listed, and the child will write what, how, and why of that particular topic. Like I have just picked up a small, portion from the textbook only. How to freeze aloe vera gel. So once you have sliced your aloe free from the green leaves, add the slabs of clear gel to a blender. A few gentle pulses are all it takes to change the solid aloe gel into a more pourable state. Pour the gel into ice cube trays and place the tray in the freezer. Let it rest until the cubes are solid. Now, a lot of questions will come. How to make aloe vera gel? Why will we need aloe vera gel cubes? Why can't we simply take out aloe vera gel from the plant only and use it directly? So, there will be a discussion which will be initiated in the classroom, that we can make these gels and we can keep it in the in the school fridge or at home and use it whenever we require. So what are the advantages of preserving things? What are the advantages of keeping them at low temperature? Why not at the room temperature? Why do we remove the green leaves out of the aloe vera gel? So there can be so many discussions which can take place, and these will help in developing the competencies. Now, how do we encourage students? So, let's say you have a class of 35 students or 40 students. You can divide the class into different groups and you can allot slots for the students to work in the garden. You can also incorporate herbal education into your club activities. Like in many schools, there are CCA periods twice a week. So co-curricular activity periods are there. Then the students are in different houses. So these activities can be done housewise also. These activities can be done by the science teacher in the class also. So what I will suggest is that when the weather is good and pleasant, let's say at the start of the session. So if the session is starting in April, let us say, so from 1st April to 15th April or maybe 20th April, that is the time when the science teachers want to first of all create interest in science. So what can the teachers do? They can take the children for a nature walk in the school garden, make them aware of the different kinds of plants, and that's a lovely time to start this kind of skill subject. So if we do it in these months, first of all, the weather will be better. March, April will be ideal for this. The plants will grow very well, and children will bond with each other also. So when they work in groups, like one group is, let's say, working on mint, the other group is working on lemongrass, one group is making the soil, the other group is watering. So they learn collaboration, and this will create a very good bonding between students also, and between teacher and the students also. So include the community like local gardener and herbalist for guidance. So maybe you can include an interview with the school Mali. So the children start respecting the Mali Bhaiya also in the school. In our school, what we have started is each child has adopted one particular plant. So a relationship with a local plant can also be initiated. The children can develop a small herbal garden. Like in our school, we encourage class 4 and 5 to grow, plants like mint, palak, dhania, and they only maintain it and take care of it. In front of every class, there's one money plant which is adopted by the class and they look after. So, like this, the children will develop a very healthy relationship with the plants and herbs. They can also explore herbal families, different kinds of families. Like if I'm staying in Northeast, what kind of herbs are common in that area? How these herbs are, medicinally useful, or how these herbs can be used, in my daily life. A very interesting thing is that all the chapters, in the skill manual, they start, in fact, all the books, the first chapter is a story. So The first chapter in class sixth, it talks about lemongrass, and it talks about going to Karnataka and visiting some relatives, and the relatives take me to a Thai restaurant. And in the Thai restaurant, I decided that I want to try something new. So we are learning a skill that we should try to appreciate and maybe internalize the new practices or good things from the society. So this is a Thai restaurant where I have gone, and when I look at the menu, I see one item which is Tom Yum Gai. So then the author of the book says that I order this particular dish. It says that it is made with lemongrass. And what I see is on the table arrives a bowl of soup, which has a small burner under it so that it remains warm. And this is a soup which is made with lemongrass. And I sip on this soup and enjoy it. So, what I'm trying to tell you here is that we have to explore and develop a very positive relationship with different kinds of food. Even if I am vegetarian, I should not be looking, at a person who is non-vegetarian in a negative way. I have to accept that people can have different kinds of choices. So, building positive relationships, appreciating the dishes of all the different cuisines of different countries, of different states. In India, I mean, even if you talk about aloo ki sabzi, I mean, the simple alus, they can be made in 50 different ways in the 50 different, cities of India. So India is a beautiful country with diversity of the culture and dialect. So what is aloo ki sabzi called in different states? How is it made? What kind of herbs are added into the aloo ki sabzi, to make it more tastier and healthier? So these are the different kinds of discussions which can be initiated with the students. We can even start a herbal library. I mean, I remember when we were students, we used to make files, herbal files, where we were taking out the herbs and drying them, in dark, and then pressing it and putting it in a herbarium sheet. So we used to make herbariums, and these herbariums can be stored, in the library so that we can see how actually a plant looks like. And yes, we can have some books also or literature also related to the different herbs we come to know about. And we can have various activities like poster making competition, soap making competition. Everyone can make a special kind of soap which has some or other herbal advantage to it. So when we talk about our school, I told you that we are adopting plants. So each child has adopted one particular plant. We are doing hydroponics, that is soilless culture. And what we have done is in school, all the different trees we have put, you can see a name tag where the English name, Hindi name, and the scientific name is given. And if you can see, there is a QR code just under the name of the tree. Okay. Now, when you scan this QR code, it tells you everything about that tree. What is the habit of this tree, whether it is a herb, shrub, or tree? What is its country of origin, where it started, then in which season does it grow? What is the economic importance of this tree? Maybe some stories related to that tree from the scriptures and things like this. So, and these are all geotagged in the campus. So, like in our campus, we have around 120 different types of trees. So all these 120 trees are geotagged also, and they are QR coded. So this is, I mean, again, the content in the QR code is not created by the teachers. Children did research on each of these trees, and they have compiled the information and created the QR code. So the child is learning how to do research work. The child is also learning how to present the research work in simple way, and is also learning IT skills to convert the information into a QR code. We are, I told you, also growing microgreens. Now, as you can see in the picture here, these are the trays which contain cocoa peat and some nutrient solution. And on the right side, this is aeroponics. This is a tower in which aeroponics happens. That is, plants are growing literally in air with no water being provided, or soil being provided here. So microgreens are plants which are slightly bigger than a sprout. Okay, so we harvest them at this stage, like 3 inches, around 2 to 3 inches once the plant reaches. So this is wheat grass which is growing. This is mustard seeds which is growing. So these different plants, especially wheatgrass, mustard, as Jyoti ma'am also shared in the beginning, these are very, very nutrient dense plants, and they give us a lot of nourishment to the body. So we can harvest these plants and pack them in small boxes. So this is one box which I'm having in front of me. This is wheatgrass that I'm having. So these microgreens, these can be added, these are crisp and they remain crisp for a very long time. These can be added to our soups or sandwiches, and they can be eaten actually raw, so that we get all the nourishment. In fact, this is a stall which was put up by our students in the Skill Mela, which was organized by CBSC. So here we had showcased our microgreens and the recipes which we make out of microgreens. So this is just a suggestion to the schools, and if any school is keen to start microgreens, we can definitely help. And Jyoti ma'am has in fact promised that she will keep a physical workshop in our school for all the teachers who are willing to join, and I can actually train you in growing microgreens and how to use microgreens in different recipes so that the children can remain healthy. So this is about the various initiatives in the school. Now the herbal plants, they hold promise and scope and future prospects in medicine, environment conservation, and sustainable agriculture. There are places where the soil has eroded so much that it will not be possible to grow trees or maybe bigger shrubs, in those areas. But these places may be good enough to grow herbs. So that's why we're talking about environment conservation and sustainable agriculture. So when we talk about sustainable agriculture, there should be activities in that area which sort of sustain each other. Like when we are having an agriculture farm, if we have, let's say, a poultry also along with it, then the grains produced in the farm can be used by the poultry and things like this. Herbs can also be used to treat various ailments and play a crucial role in maintaining human health. So we learn about the various ways in which, herbs can help in maintaining human health. Amen. Then we can also make it as a part of natural environment and agro ecosystem. Okay. Then herbal plants help to conserve biodiversity. जो भी को बोल सकते हैं कि ब्रेक पे नहीं था इसके बाद क्योंकि नेक्स्ट टॉपिक शुरू बोल देता हूँ. So herbal plants can help to conserve biodiversity, and they can be used in several conditions to augment and maintain human health. So many people who are having diabetes, they have started growing their own plants which help them in coping up with diabetes. It can be neem, it can be even what do you call it, the drumstick plant. The leaves of drumstick plants, they are very useful in treating diabetes. So they make their own dried powder of the leaves of drumstick plants and use them in their food. They use that powder in their food. Neem leaves can be dried and used for let's say, instead of using naphthalene balls in our warm clothes, we can actually use neem leaves in our bed boxes when we store our woolen clothes. I mean, that can be used. So in various health conditions as well as otherwise also, when we grow these herbs, they can actually help us in their constant and regular use. Okay.
Uh,
Jyoti
Sunita
ma'am.
ma'am, yes.
Yes.
Very so many information, even not so many information, so many connections I have got through the uh, processes, things, details you have mentioned. Like
Yes.
you are having a library in your school, also the herbal library related to the plants and all the organic things. You are making a soap kind of things, and many of the like shampoo, soap,
Yes.
we which we are considering in a hygiene manner, and you are making it in an organic way, and it
Yes.
is very impactful via this platform. I just want to request all the participants. Hopefully, in the month of February, we are going to organize a offline workshop in ma'am's school. Please do visit, do register. I'll share the link on the public platform or of our website. Please do register, do visit. Whether you belong to the same subject or not, we should connect. It is
Yes.
not a subject specific. It
Yes.
is a kind of a health specific. It is kind of a root specific. So, Sunita ma'am, kindly provide me the opportunity to visit your school.
Sure, ma'am. Most welcome. We'll definitely connect.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh, I think we should have a herbal tea now, and
Yes. That's right.
and we should go for a herbal tea break.
Yes, yes, yes.
And it's now around 11:25. We will connect by 11:50 again.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
thank
Till then, please have rest and have a tea also. And I'm also going to purchase a lemon tea.
Yes.
Right now, I have to purchase. I can't. I'm not having a grown one, but
Yes.
in future, surely.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Sunita ma'am. Thank you, Aarti ma'am. We will see
Thank
you at 11:50.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Jyoti ma'am.
Welcome back, Sunita ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Aarti ma'am.
So can we start?
Unmute your mic, Aarti ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
And welcome back to all the participants, viewers. So I hope that all have empty rest and tea also.
Yes.
We are again energetic
Mm,
and we are again here to learn so many important things about herbs.
yes.
So
Yes,
over
ma'am.
to you, Sunita ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. So we'll start again. So now we'll be starting with the sixth class curriculum. Yes. So, dear friends, welcome back. Now, this is the look of the Herbal Heritage Skill Manual for Class 6th. And this skill manual talks about two plants mainly. One is lemongrass, and the second is mint. Now, this is how the index of class 6th manual looks like. It talks about initially the classification of plants, like the plants are classified into herbs, shrubs, and trees. And then it talks about the plant, various modifications. It talks about the different kinds of plants which are herbaceous in nature, shrubs, the plants which have shrubs and the plants which have trees. And then it talks about lemongrass. What kind of a plant is lemongrass? And as I was sharing with you, the introduction starts for all the skill manuals with a story. So when I talk about the story for lemongrass, it talks about the author who is presently living in Kerala, and the author visits his family members in Karnataka. And when they go there, the author says that I'm very very keen to visit new places where I can try cuisines of different kinds. So the family members, they take him to a Thai restaurant, and in this Thai restaurant, he wants to try something new, and he orders Tom Yum Gai. And to his surprise, what comes on the table is not a main dish, but it is a soup. And this is a soup which is having a very, very sweet, citrusy smell. And you know that, food is not just eaten through mouth. The food is relished through the smell also, through the look also, look of the food. And then we taste the food. So he talks about the citrusy smell, the nice fragrance that he gets from the soup, and when he tastes it, he finds that it has a very sweet tangy kind of a taste, the soup. So then he introduces lemongrass, the author introduces lemongrass in such a way to the students. And then of course there is an introduction about lemongrass, and then the importance of lemongrass, how do we grow it, how do we harvest it. Then it talks about the post harvesting. Post harvesting means how to preserve it so that we can keep it for a very long period of time. And then the second part of the manual talks about the second plant, that is mint. Again, starting with the story about mint, and then the introduction, uses and importance, and then how do we grow mint and how do we harvest it. So, starting with the first plant, that is lemongrass, I had showed it to you in the initial part of the presentation also. The leaves are like this, they're quite hard leaves, and they're not easy to be torn with hand. The leaves are not, you can say, they're not fragile leaves, and they are not brittle also. I mean, it's not easy to break it. You can see that. So these are the leaves of the lemongrass plant, which I have harvested from our own school garden. The common name for the lemongrass is silky heads. It's also called Malabar grass, oily head, barbed wire grass, cochin grass. And there are two main varieties of lemongrass which have slightly different properties. One is the West Indian lemongrass, which is called Symbopogon cetarus, and the second is East Indian lemongrass, which is called Symbopogon flexuosus. So, and what you see in this picture, these are the fleshy bulbs of lemongrass. Now, what is the importance of these fleshy bulbs? So, in the Thai food, these bulbs are used to give a nice, tangy, citrusy kind of a flavor and fragrance to the, you know, food made in Thai cuisine. So this plant, it belongs to the grass family, Poaceae. Wheat also incidentally belongs to the same grass family only. So Poaceae is the name of the family. Earlier it was called Gramine, and now it's called Poaceae. Now, native region for this is Asia, Africa, Australia, and tropical islands. So this plant is native of Asia, Africa, Australia, and the tropical islands. In fact, in the book, they also introduce through this chapter about tropical climate, that is hot and humid kind of climate. And this grows like a clump of stiff grass. It can be around 2 meters in height. And the weather conditions which are required, tropical climate, that means hot and humid weather that is required to grow lemongrass in a field. How do we extract the essential oil? Because lemongrass is basically used to extract the lemongrass oil. You might have seen lemongrass oil being used in the dispensers like diffusers. Like when you go to a good hotel or places like this, so they have a small tea light burning under it, and then there's some water containing 2-3 drops of essential oil. This is usually in the washrooms because it gives a very nice fragrance, as well as it sort of, repels the mosquitoes in that area. So, but this oil is an aromatic oil, and it is extracted by steam distillation. Traditional and culinary uses of lemongrass. So the picture of lemongrass oil is given in this slide. In fact, I told you that we extracted it yesterday, and this is the bottle. Today, in fact, it is raining outside and it is very cold in Delhi NCR. So it has like frozen, because the medium oil that I used must have, frozen in the cold temperature. Yesterday, it was a yellowish colored liquid, but today, because of the cold, it has solidified. Yes. So this is lemongrass oil, and we made it in til oil. So the traditional uses of lemongrass, if I talk about, it is believed, I mean, in the old stories, etc., that lemongrass wards off evil and cleanses spaces spiritually. So people, like wherever they want to pray or they want to do something auspicious, they usually burn lemongrass oil so as to remove negativity from that area. We in our school regularly use it in the washrooms and corners whenever there's a program for two purposes. Of course, the beautiful smell, and second is to ward off any kind of house flies or mosquitoes whenever there's a program. It can also be used in antiseptic soaps and insect repellent sprays. You might have seen these days a lot of insect repellent patches are coming in the market. Like the children can stick that patch on their t-shirt or their jacket so that the mosquito bites does not happen. Or as I was telling you, like this, we can make soaps, and in the soap we can add either the lemongrass oil, or we can add the extracts, the dried extracts which we have got from the lemongrass leaves. Talking about cooking, I told you the tender bulbs which are at the base of the leaf, which I'm just now showing with the cursor. These tender bulbs are used for making various recipes and soups. They have a lemony flavor, and of course, they have a very citrusy kind of a smell, which is a beautiful smell. Apart from this, lemongrass can also be used, to relieve body pain, and it can be added to the bath water. So you can just put a 1 or 2 drops of lemongrass oil in the bath water if you really want to get rid of pains and aches. Okay. And apart from this, it can be added to our shampoos nowadays. Facebook and Instagram and social platforms are full of herbal products being made by people, who are having startups, and to their shampoos, even shampoo bars, they are adding lemongrass oil because it is a very important herb which can prevent hair fall, and it can also treat dandruff. It can also be added, the lemongrass oil can also be added, as a flavoring agent to give unique aroma and taste in the culinary dishes. A few more things which are given in the textbook about the uses of lemongrass are: it can be used to prevent fungal infections. So there's a fungal infection which is called thrush, which happens in the area around the mouth cavity and the you can say the tract, GI tract. So this can be used very easily to treat thrush, which is a fungal infection. And in fact, at the time of COVID also, as a secondary infection, fungal infections were taking place, in people. And lemongrass can be used as a treatment for that also. In fact, it is said that lemongrass can also be used by people to treat diabetes. It helps in reducing the blood glucose levels. In fact, lemongrass has antioxidant properties also. That means it can prevent aging, it is very good for the skin, and it can slow down the damage caused by the ultraviolet radiations in the sunlight. It has anti-inflammatory properties also. This is one reason why it relieves body pain. So lemongrass, it can be used as an antibacterial and antifungal component in various products. It can prevent growth of bacteria and yeast. It helps protect against various kinds of infections. I told you it is antifungal, and it is used effectively to treat thrush, which is a fungal infection around mouth, throat, and body. It is especially beneficial for people who have very weak immune system, like people with AIDS, that is, the ones who are suffering from HIV. Okay, so in HIV virus infection, what happens in AIDS is it's acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. That means there's a deficiency or weakening of the immune system. So such people may not be able to use very harsh medicines, for the various infections they keep getting every day, but they can definitely use lemongrass. So, lemongrass is not used only for its oil or fragrance, but it can be used for various other purposes also. So, lemongrass oil, like if you apply a little bit on your forehead, and when you are, too exhausted, mentally exhausted, you're studying for your exam and you're tired or you are stressed, it gives you some relief. You can even put a small drop, maybe on your pillow, and that will give you a lot of relaxation when you sleep on that pillow. And it is mentioned in this particular chapter that lemongrass can also be useful to improve the hemoglobin levels in the body. Okay, so if one is suffering from anemia, that means you have a very low hemoglobin level, then a kada can be prepared with lemongrass and it can be taken twice a day. And it helps in weight loss as well as it helps to flush out toxins from the body. And yes, it improves the hemoglobin level in the body. In fact, it is mentioned in the chapter that the bad cholesterol can also be eliminated from the body along with the toxins when one regularly takes the herbal tea or kada, which is prepared with lemongrass, which is shown in the picture. So, in fact, in all these small chapters, they are also introducing the concept of anemia, hemoglobin, tropical climate. They're talking about fungal infections. So, it is not just that you're knowing about herbs, but you are also understanding the concepts related to various other aspects of science. Now, how do we grow lemongrass from the seeds? So, once you get hold of the seeds of lemongrass, what you have to do is you have to pick up a seed tray. So, we take a small plastic tray, and in this tray, we have to first of all make a uniform layer of cocoa peat. You know what is cocoa peat? It is a dried husk of coconut seeds which are 1 inch apart. And they are like, how much depth should be there? 1/4 of the inch. That is the depth at which the seed has to be put in the tray. In fact, you can have a group of students doing this activity in your supervision, maybe in the bio lab or even in the garden. So once all the seeds have been sown at 1 inch apart and you have, seeds in the entire seed tray, then you can spray it with a, spray can. Now you have to be very careful. You're not talking about a spray can which is used in gardening. Here we are talking about a small spray bottle which is available maybe in the lab. Okay, because we can't put too much water in this tray. You just have to you understand like how the perfume bottle is there. You just have to spray atomizer. That's what I'm talking about. Now cover the seed tray with a plastic wrap and place it on a sunny windowsill. So why do we need a plastic wrap? This plastic wrap will prevent the loss of moisture because you're keeping the tray on a windowsill where sunlight is coming for a few hours. Now, what will happen? Sunlight can also dry up the water which is there in the cocoa peat. So, what you have to do is cover it with any small piece of plastic which you can get hold of and keep it covered in such a way that there's no escape, for the water to be lost. Now remove the plastic wrap weekly to mist the soil. So as I told you, we don't have to put water in the tray. You have to mist the soil with water. So with a spray bottle, you keep the spray bottle very far from the tray, and only the spray should be reaching the soil or the compost and cocoa peat which you have kept. So this will keep the soil damp until the seeds start germinating. Now, the seeds do not start germinating like gram or rajma in a day or two. You will have to have a lot of patience. They will germinate in 10 to 30 days, depending on the temperature in the area where your school is located, and also depending on the amount of sunlight that the seeds are getting. Now, once the seedlings have reached 1 inch in height, you can remove the plastic. Okay. So this was about like growing the lemongrass. Now, once the seedlings are 1 inch in height and then you see that they start growing, what can you do after this? Once you want them to, become bigger and bigger, maybe you can take a glass of water, and in this glass of water, you can put the plant, Of course, it should not get, submerged under the water. Only the stem should be under the water, so that it starts getting roots. Okay. And then this plant, you have to change water every day. Okay? And then this can be grown in the main field. The process is given in detail in the manual also. Now, common lemongrass pests and diseases. So lemongrass is actually insecticidal in nature, but then it can also get infected with some diseases. So common lemongrass pest and diseases are, one is lemongrass rust, that is Puccinia nakanishiki. So fungus, this fungus causes red rust or brown rust or yellow streaks on the leaves, and it thrives in damp and moist conditions. So I told you lemongrass needs to be watered. The soil should be wet, but it should not be submerged with water. Okay. So too much of water can be very harmful for lemongrass plant. Okay. Also, you have to ensure that there is proper spacing between plants for good airflow. अगर हम प्लांट्स को बहुत पास पास लगा देंगे या उसमें बहुत ज्यादा पानी डाल देंगे तो फंगल इन्फेक्शंस होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं, क्योंकि सॉइल में फंगल स्पोर्स नेचुरली होते हैं, और इन स्पोर्स को ग्रो करने के लिए क्या चाहिए? इनको डैम्पनेस चाहिए, वार्मथ चाहिए. The second pest which can, cause an infection in the lemongrass plant is yellow sugarcane aphid. The scientific name is Sipha flava. Now you can see the picture of these aphids. These are very small pests, around 2 millimeters long. And what will they do? What does the aphid do? Aphids अंदर से ही प्लांट का सैप को जड़ से उखाड़ देना है. हार्वेस्टिंग का मतलब ये होता है कि अगर ये बेस है, रूट है, थोड़ी ऊपर से हमें उसको कट करना है और धीरे धीरे लंबे. ओके. तो हार्वेस्टिंग कब शुरू करेंगे? हार्वेस्टिंग can be started only when the plant is at least 4 to 8 months old and it is at least 1 foot tall. Okay, so once your plant has a natural height and it has a large number of leaves present in it, then only you should start harvesting. आपको इसमें patience रखनी पड़ेगी. आपको एंटायर स्टॉक जस्ट बिलो द वाइट स्वोलन एंड इसको कट करना है हमें, लेकिन ये ध्यान रखना है कि आप प्लांट को अपरूट नहीं करें सॉइल में से, क्योंकि अगर आप अपरूट कर देंगे तो आपका पूरा प्लांट मर जाएगा. लेकिन अगर आप ऊपर से ही उसको कट करते रहेंगे, हार्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे, तो आपको हर 2-3 महीने में एक क्रॉप इसकी लीव्स की मिल जाएगी, जिसको आप यूज कर सकते हैं फॉर वेरियस पर्पसेस. नाउ लेमन ग्रास के जो स्टॉक्स होते हैं, ये जो जूसी स्टॉक्स की बात हो रही है, ये ड्राई वाला पोर्शन नहीं है, ये जो आपको ये दिखाए थे ये तो ऊपर की लीव्स है. These leaves can be dried and ultimately converted into the dried lemongrass stalks. ये जो नीचे फोटो है आपकी, और ये जो दिखाया है ये lemongrass के stalks हैं which are fleshy in nature. Now these fleshy stalks or juicy stalks are actually used for cooking. तो अगर आपको कोई रेसिपी में लेमन ग्रास का स्टॉक यूज करना है तो आपको ये वाले स्टॉक्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी. You can freeze the stalks whole or in small pieces for up to 6 months. Portion out in small quantities for easy use in cooking. अगर आपने इनको रेगुलरली कुकिंग में यूज करना है तो आप इसके छोटे छोटे पैकेट्स बना के रख सकते हैं, so that every time you open the packet you don't touch the lemongrass stalks with your hand. Sometimes the hands can carry some infection. तो अगर आप बार बार उसको टच करेंगे तो उसमें इन्फेक्शन के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे and the stalks may get spoiled. So it is a good idea to store these stalks in the freezer in small packets. For example, to make soup, if you need 2 or 3 pieces of stock, so have small packets containing 2 or 3 pieces of stock so that you don't touch the entire quantity of the lemongrass stalks that you are having. Next is, I told you that the leaves like this, they can be cut with scissors. Okay, children can do that very well, and dry them. So you have to dry them on paper towels. Okay, and this ideally it should be done in a you can say a dark area only. You don't have to dry them in sunlight because then they will lose their fragrance also. This dried lemongrass can be stored for up to an year. In fact, in our school, what we did was we gifted small bottles of these lemongrass stalks to the people who were visiting our school, and these can be used to make kada, these can be used in herbal tea, these can be used to prepare various products which we want from the leaves. So this is a small video how we can extract oil from the lemongrass. So these leaves are there, carrier oil is there, tel oil. This is the bottle of lemongrass oil that I was showing you. आज freeze हो गई है, कल it was like this. If you want, I can.
Sunita ma'am, can I purchase this?
Ma'am, I will gift it to you. So why not? Yes. So I'll just show you the video once again, and I'll just quickly tell you the process. आपको कोई करियर ऑयल की जरूरत है. करियर ऑयल कोई भी ऑयल ले सकते हैं जो कि आपके पास इजीली अवेलेबल है. तिल का तेल लिया है हमने, और आपने ये लेमन ग्रास की लीव्स यूज करी हैं. इन लीव्स को आपने छोटे छोटे पीसेस में कट कर दिया है. जो करियर ऑयल यूज कर रहे हैं पहले उसको हमें थोड़ा सा हाई टेम्परेचर पे लाना पड़ेगा ताकि वो इन लीव्स में से फ्रेग्रेंस और फ्लेवर को एक्सट्रैक्ट कर पाए. Okay, so when we start heating the carrier oil and we add leaves into it, then what happens is that the fragrance will go into the oil. Okay, तो एक बारी मैं आपको वीडियो फिर से दिखाती हूँ. लीव्स को क्लीन कर लीजिए. ऑयल को हीट कर रहे हैं हम. अब थोड़ा टेम्परेचर जब ऑयल का हाई होने लगेगा तब उसमें आप लीव्स के पीसेस डालेंगे, so that the flavor and the fragrance is extracted. आप देखेंगे पीले रंग का ये ऑयल बन गया है, इसका कलर चेंज हो गया है. फिल्टर कर लेंगे, नॉर्मल फिल्टर पेपर यूज हुआ है यहाँ पे. So this was about the extraction of the lemongrass oil. आप स्कूल में बना सकते हैं. इस लेमन ग्रास ऑयल का यूज मैंने आपको बताया. आप छोटे छोटे डिफ्यूजर जो मार्केट में मिलते हैं उसमें नीचे एक टी लाइट बर्न करेंगे, उसमें ऊपर पानी डालेंगे, पानी के अंदर 2-3 ड्रॉप्स इस लेमन ग्रास ऑयल की डालेंगे, एंड इफ यू कीप इट इन द कॉर्नर ऑफ द वॉशरूम इट गिव्स वेरी ब्यूटिफुल फ्रेग्रेंस, you know, in your washroom throughout the day. Okay, you can also use it in your balconies where आपको लगता है मच्छर बहुत आते हैं या हाउस फ्लाइज हैं, तो उसके लिए भी आप लेमन ग्रास ऑयल को यूज कर सकते हैं. ओके, नाउ कमिंग टू द नेक्स्ट प्लांट विच इज गिवन इन द क्लास 6th स्किल मैनुअल. पिक्चर देख के समझ गए होंगे. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट मिंट, पुदीना इन हिंदी. अब इस प्लांट को तो इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत नहीं है. इसका सैंपल मैंने अपने पास नहीं रखा बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ अस आर फेमिलियर विद मिंट लीव्स. द साइंटिफिक नेम फॉर मिंट इज मेंथा. Yes, the scientific name is mentha, and we can have either the normal peppermint, which is Mentha piperita, and the spearmint, which is, you know, mentha with another species of the plant. Okay, it belongs to the family Lamiaceae, mint family. ये तो आई एम श्योर आप सबने अपनी लाइफ में कहीं ना कहीं मिंट का पौधा उगता हुआ देखा होगा, या शायद अपने स्कूल में उगाया भी होगा, या घर में तो जरूर उगाया होगा, अपने बचपन में देखा होगा आपने. तो मिंट का जो प्लांट है वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है. आप इसकी लीव्स को अगर हाथ में भी क्रश करेंगे तो आपके हाथ में बहुत ही सुंदर उसकी खुशबू आ जाती है. So this plant is filled with flavor. It's bursting with a very, very refreshing flavor. Mint flavor आपको पता है कैंडीज में भी यूज होता है, ड्रिंक्स में भी यूज होता है. और इसकी कहानी क्या है? इसकी कहानी जो किताब में दी है वो ये है कि एक बच्चा गर्मी की छुट्टियों में अपनी नानी के घर जाता है, एंड वहां पर नानी के घर में बहुत सारे खेत है, आम के पेड़ लगे हुए हैं, और वो पूरा दिन धूप में समर में खेल रहे हैं, एंड थक के जब वापस आते हैं तो नानी उनके लिए फ्रेश मैंगोज का आम पन्ना बनाती है, और उस आम पन्ना में वो थोड़े से मिंट के पत्ते ऊपर से डाल देती है. तो बच्चा नानी से पूछता है कि ये पत्ते क्यों डाले हैं आपने. बट देन द चाइल्ड टेस्ट्स द आम पन्ना एंड ही गेट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटिफुल रिफ्रेशिंग फ्लेवर एंड फ्रेग्रेंस ऑफ द मिंट. So the nani or the grandma explains that, you know, it's a very cooling kind of, you know, leaf which is there. Mint provides cooling, you know, to the body, especially if you have been playing for a very long time in hot sun. Aam panna as well as mint they provide coolness to your body, and they try to give you relief from the sun rays and other things. Okay, and she explains what is the importance of mint as a herb or as a herbal medicine. So this plant is native of Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, and North America. So we can see that it is present in almost all the continents. It's a perennial plant. Grow करने की बात है, and it can grow up to 30 centimeters in height, and it mostly spreads horizontally. In our school, what we have done is whenever the sinks are changed, in the washrooms, the wash basins are changed or the kitchen sinks are changed in the canteen, these sinks are used. I mean, we put a layer of soil and we use it to grow mint. So in our school, we have several sinks which are full of mint. So we are growing mint in them, and the same fresh mint is used whenever there's a guest coming to school. The mint chutney is made with this, or even the nimbu pani is served with some crushed leaves of mint to give it more refreshing kind of taste. Which part do we use? We use leaves only. And what is the medicinal value of mint? It is an antioxidant. That means it can help in removing any kind of toxins from our body. It is a herb. Yes, it's a herb. And when we talk about the mint plant, we what comes to our mind? What comes to my mind is the chutney which we make with mint. In fact, there can be various varieties of mint which are used, in different products in the plants. Okay, so we can have peppermint, we can have spearmint, we can have apple mint, and we can have orange mint. So there are approximately 15 varieties of mint which are present. Honestly speaking, I am more familiar with the normal pudina which we get in the market, but yes, I am encouraged to know more about the different varieties of mint, and I will also try to get some more varieties of mint in my school so that we can grow all of them. So I was telling you that the two main varieties of mint are the common spearmint or the garden mint, which is called pudina, and the second is peppermint, which is used in flavoring chocolates and citrus based dishes. Now this one has a stronger and more intense flavor as compared to spearmint. All of you must have tasted the peppermint flavored chewing gum. As children, we have all enjoyed that, and in fact there are many chocolates available which can help us get the taste of the mint or pudina. Now I think there were two questions. Is this carrier oil available in the market? Mr. Srinivasan and Yash Shri, you have asked about the carrier oil. Any carrier oil can be used. What we have used is simple til ka tel. Yeah, til oil is what we've used. You can try doing it in, I think, coconut oil also, or any oil which does not have its own taste or flavor. Okay, you can use any oil, and in fact, I can send some of the trade names of these oils to Jyoti ma'am, which she can share later on with you after break perhaps. Talking about the uses and importance of mint. First, of course, is culinary uses. All of us have grown seeing, mint being used in, like if mother is making chutney, she uses milk, mint along with maybe lasun and onion, and we crush it and make a nice pudine ki chutney at home. We use mint as garnishing even in our dahi bhallas. Yeah, we use mint as garnishing in the mojitos that we make. You can just crush a little bit of mint and add it to aerated drinks. Like you can add it to simple plain soda and that becomes a very nice mojito. Yes, you can even add some sugar solution into it to make it even more tastier. So mint can be added to our herbal teas and mojitos. It can be used to garnish the salads and various dishes. What is its medicinal use? It is used as a digestive aid. It can help in relieving indigestion. तो अगर किसी को हल्का सा एसिडिटी लग रही है या स्टमक में डिस्कम्फर्ट लग रहा है, यू हैव ईटन समथिंग वेरी वेरी हैवी, so you can easily have a lemonade, and in that lemonade you can crush some leaves of pudina, so that will give you a very very soothing kind of sensation. I remember in our childhood, mother used to give pudin hara, which are extracts of pudina only in the form of green drops. So, in half a glass of water, if you add 2 drops of pudin hara and you drink that, you feel better. Yeah, it is an antioxidant. You can see it has a very deep green color, so it is very rich in chlorophyll. So, hence the reason it's an antioxidant. It can also give relief in your cold symptoms. Okay. And of course, it can be used in aromatherapy. It can be used as an essential oil. It can be used like the oil can be extracted in the same way as we extracted the lemongrass oil, and it can be used in the potpourri. Potpourri means आपने कुछ dried wheat, dried plant के stalks और dried flowers एक ट्रे में रख दिए, उसके ऊपर आप या तो लेमन ग्रास का ऑयल डाल सकते हैं, स्प्रिंकल कर सकते हैं, या आप उसमें एरोमेटिक ऑयल मिंट का डाल सकते हैं, एंड इट विल कीप गिविंग अ वेरी नाइस फ्रेग्रेंस to the air in your drawing room or any other room where you keep this hot puree. What are the health benefits? So this picture is from the skill manual itself. It helps the process of digestion. Okay. It's very refreshing and it can help even in weight loss. तो आप अगर मिंट के रिफ्रेशिंग ड्रिंक्स लेते हैं, ये आपकी बॉडी में एक तो फैट को आई थिंक इमल्सिफाई करेंगे और डाइजेस्ट होने में हेल्प करेंगे, एंड इन द प्रोसेस वंस योर फूड गेट्स डाइजेस्टेड इजीली, वेट लॉस विल बी देयर. It helps in strengthening the liver. So mint is a part of some of the health supplements or herbal medicines which are there for liver. It can prevent, this is something exciting, it can even prevent memory loss, which usually happens with age. So as we grow older and older, some of our neural connections become weaker in our brain, and we start forgetting things or correlating things. So memory loss can be easily prevented if we use mint regularly in our diet. The mint oil is also considered to be it has a very fresh fragrance. So when you use in your diffusers, if you're using mint, also prevent depression. It can be used to treat asthma kind of symptoms. It can prevent respiratory disorders, which may because of some allergies, etc. And it's an anti-allergic. It ensures oral hygiene. If you chew a few leaves of mint, you feel fresh. Yes, so you feel better and you feel fresh. And it can also help you have a very good skin health. So if I talk about culinary, experiences, the first picture is a mint jelly. So in a jelly, if you add extract of mint, it can have a very nice flavor. Mint tea. Yes, this is the most common way one can actually have mint in the diet, and this is the way where the mint will give you the it can help you as an anti-allergic. It can make your cold better, and if you regularly take herbal teas, they can act as an antioxidant. They can help you in better digestion, in your weight loss, and things like this. In fact, if to this mint tea we add a little bit of lemon, we add a little bit of adrak, that is ginger, it can become a very very tasty drink for us to have, whenever we are feeling like having a small drink, which relieves our stress and helps us in our digestion. So this mint tea can be a very very exciting drink, especially if you can take it, just after your heavy meals. If you've had a very heavy meal, instead of having tea with milk, if we have green tea like this, which is in common language also called as kada, it can be very useful. Mint can also be added to the lemonade. तो आप नॉर्मल लेमोनेड बनाते हैं, you add lemon juice, you add sugar, and you mix it properly, and then you can add to this some kala namak, and you can add either you can add dried pudina. Yes, another way of storing mint, which we do in our school also, is drying it. Yeah, so the mint leaves, they can be dried, you know in a dark place, and then they are crushed and converted into a powder. So this is pudina powder or mint powder, and you can store it in a bottle and you can keep it in your fridge also. So you can add a pinch of either this mint powder to your lemonade, or if you can get some fresh mint leaves and you can put some partially crushed mint leaves into your lemonade, it will give a very very refreshing taste also, flavor also, and yes, it will help in digestion. Now, this is the most familiar recipe for all North Indians. I mean, no meal or feast is complete without having pudina chutney. So, to make this pudina chutney, again, I mean, you can do this activity in school also. You have to crush some, onion and mint leaves together and crush it properly. You can add a pinch of lemon juice, kala namak, and even sometimes people do add a little bit of garlic also to give it more flavor. So this mint chutney, you can even add 1 spoon of curd to this mint chutney, then it becomes a very nice pale green chutney which can be used with kebabs and other things. Otherwise, this normal mint chutney is usually made with onion and mint in equal quantities, and the seasoning is given with a little bit of sugar, salt, kala namak. Maybe you can add some black pepper to this. And this is a very, very refreshing chutney which helps in digesting, especially if you're eating a lot of fried food. So, this is a balancing factor which we can use. Now, how do we grow mint or plant mint? So, one, of course, is that the mint can be easily propagated by root division during rainy season. तो बारिश के दिनों में आप अगर मिंट लगाते हैं, वो बहुत जल्दी फैलता है, और वो जो उसका जो स्टेम है, इट इज नॉट अ स्ट्रेट स्टेम. Yeah, it's a subaerial modification. It spreads on the ground, and at all nodes, small roots will appear. And if you disconnect them, then you can grow mint. You can grow as many plants of baby plants of mint in the place where you are growing it as you want. Okay, so it can be grown by root division. And ideally the plant roots should be 4 to 6 inches apart so that they can cover the entire area within 3 to 4 weeks. तो अगर आपके पास एक मिंट का प्लांट है जिसमें यहाँ पर रूट्स हैं, यहाँ रूट्स हैं, यहाँ रूट्स हैं, आप उसके 5 पीसेस कट करते हैं, तो उन 5 पीसेस को एक सिंक में अगर आप लगा रहे हैं या एक पॉट में लगा रहे हैं, तो उनको 4 to 6 इंचेस अपार्ट लगाएंगे ताकि थोड़े दिनों में वो सारा एरिया इजिली कवर कर लेंगे between 3 to 4 weeks. Okay, growing mint in a container or pot is recommended to control its spread. I told you it's a subaerial modification. It will keep spreading to the entire ground, you know. So if it is in a flower bed, it will start growing in all the directions. So it is always better to grow it in a container so that you can contain the area. And in that area, the mint which is growing, it is growing in a very dense manner. It can it can also be grown through seeds, and although this method is not very reliable as the seeds are variable and some varieties are sterile in nature, but the most common method of growing mint is through this only. That is, it spreads and you cut it and put it in different pots. Harvesting and post-harvesting mint. So the leaves of the mint plant can be harvested whenever you need them. You can pluck fresh leaves and use them in your lemonade, in your chutneys, in your any other food item. Or you can, I told you that you can store it in a plastic bag. Like if you're not growing mint, but you're purchasing mint from the market, you can put it in a plastic bag and keep it in your refrigerator for a few days so that you can keep using it. Another way of using it is that you can freeze the leaves in the ice cube trays for a longer use. Okay. And whenever you want to make a lemonade, you add that ice cube which contains mint leaves, and that will give a very nice flavor to the drink that you want to make. Okay. Or I told you that the dried leaves of mint, you know, you can pluck the leaves of the mint, keep not sun dry them, dry them in, in an area which does not have sunlight. And once they're totally dry and brittle, then you can just crush them. Okay, and keep these, this extract in airtight containers, and you call it as pudina powder, and you can keep it in fridge and use it whenever you want. Okay, mint is a very good companion plant also. Companion plant means that you're growing some other plants, but in addition to the other plants, you are also growing mint with it. So I told you mint has insecticidal properties. तो जब मिंट की स्मेल होगी आपके फ्लावर बेड में, तो इजीली इंसेक्ट्स वहां पर नहीं आएंगे, जो इंसेक्ट्स आपके बाकी प्लांट्स को डैमेज कर सकते हैं. तो आप कोई भी वेजिटेबल्स अगर अपने गार्डन में लगा रहे हैं या फ्लावर बेड में लगा रहे हैं या कोई ऐसा प्लांट लगा रहे हैं जिस which is very, very susceptible to, pest infestation, then growing mint is a very, very natural and good way of, dispelling or repelling the pests. Okay. So mint can help in repelling pests and unwanted insects. Okay. But yes, it can attract the beneficial ones. The beneficial ones means the insects who will be able to help in pollination. It is an ideal garden partner. It grows well with the herbs and other plants, and it improves your garden's health in a way. Okay, so mint is a plant which can very easily grow. In 6th class curriculum, we came to know about 2 plants. One is lemongrass, which can also grow very easily. If you don't want to, grow lemongrass from the grassroot level, you can actually buy 1 or 2 plants from the market for lemongrass, put them in your school garden and then start multiplying them. That can also be done. Okay, so mint as well as lemongrass, they are easy to maintain plants and they do not easily get infected also. Only thing is, in the chapter, it is given that you should not over water them and what are the precautions that we need to take. Okay, so this will like help us in growing these plants very well. Mint is also considered to be highly nutritious. Okay, mint is the leaves of the mint, they are very very rich in potassium, magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, vitamin C, iron, and above all, vitamin A. That means it can help in improving eyesight. Vitamin A is responsible for good eyesight. So, in addition to being highly digestive in nature, mint is also considered to be very good in supplement for your body's nutrition and nourishment. Yes, and another thing which just now I was looking into the manual only. It's given that in summers, in a jar of water, if you're keeping a jar of water for yourself, for drinking water, in your jug, you can add a few slices of mint, sorry, a slices of cucumber and maybe a few sprigs of mint. So this will be a very, very refreshing water for you. It will help in, making you less thirsty also. And yes, it will add a nice flavor to the water that you're drinking, especially in summer when we want to drink water again and again after every 10 minutes. So this water will be a very, very refreshing kind of water. Also in the book, it is suggested that you can add a few leaves of chopped mint to your cookie dough. So if you're baking cookies at home and you add mint leaves, that will also give your cookies a very nice choco chip and mint flavor. Okay, so this this makes mint as a very very interesting plant. What are the common pests and diseases of mint? Now, mint plant, it can be affected by plant borers. Okay, mint plant borers. And mint plants can be affected by them, but the larvae of the light brown moth. So these are the larvae. The plant borers are actually the larvae which enter into the mint plant and suck out the sap from the mint plant. And in fact, they live inside the plant, okay, inside the leaves. So adult moths, they can lay eggs on the mint leaves during mid-June to mid-August. This is the rainy season also in North India. And the larvae will feed on the leaves and then move to the roots. Okay. And what kind of damage will they cause? The larvae can burrow into the mint rhizomes and cause very serious root damage over 3 months before pupating, before they turn into a pupa and then then the moth. Okay, so it is very important that the mint leaves, they are cleaned very well before we use them in any of our delicacy, because they may contain infection. Okay, and okay, so in this chapter, they have also explained the terms, which 6th to 8th class may not be, 6th class especially will not be familiar with. That is propagation, then thriving, invasive, so spreading very quickly into the areas and difficult to stop or control, and sterile. So these are some of the terms which are there in the chapter, which help in understanding botanical concepts. So Jyoti ma'am, this finishes the class 6th skill manual. So
Yes, Sunita ma'am.
yes,
Thank
yes.
you so much. There are few queries in the live chat on YouTube. One of our viewer want to ask how long we would put that uh, lemongrass in the oil.
Uh, Lemongrass in the oil, I think you should keep it at least for 3 to 4 hours so that the entire the sap, from the leaf that simmers into the oil. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
at least 3 to 4 hours, I feel it should be.
Okay, one of the viewer also asked about the assessment weightage. Ma'am or sir, see, we are talking about the class 6 to 8. There is no such assessment kind of thing for the which is available for the higher class. There are modules. If a student of a class 6 clear the class 6th module, then he will promote it to the class 7th module, and if he or she is clearing the 7th class module, then he'll go to the another module of class 8. The assessment is in that way in 6 to 8 class.
Jyoti ma'am, it's also mentioned in the CBSE manual guidelines that
Yes.
the schools can conduct. I mean, it's not a CBSE conducted test. The
Yes.
school can conduct a 15 marks written test and
Mhm.
35 marks practical test for
Yes.
the students. So it's recommended that a 50 marks test will be conducted, at the end of the term, so
Yes.
as to promote the child to the next class.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, like once you complete the sixth class module and out of 50 you get at least 33 to 40% marks, then in the
Mm-hmm.
next class you can take up the seventh class module. I
Yes,
think this is
and
how.
these all things are experimental. Like it is
Yes.
just all about to learn how we can grow the useful plants with our knowledge.
Yes. And in fact, ma'am, we can give marks to the students in our the self-assessment
Yes,
portion also. Like
yes,
in the exams, we have 20 marks weight, 80 marks is for our exams, and 20
mm-hmm.
marks is internal assessment. So in internal
Mm-hmm.
assessment, a child, let's say, who has worked on lemongrass or who has worked on something, you can provide marks out of 10, to a child in this.
Yes, yes.
So
Mm.
in your main final paper.
Mm. Student of this age love to do these things. They
Yes,
love to do,
yes.
and they love to show you also.
Hmm.
Um, you might have experienced Sunita ma'am, Aarti
Yes,
ma'am, that they will rush to you just to show their
yes.
product.
In
Yes,
fact,
students are very curious to show their findings or to show their plants they have grown.
yes.
Uh,
Ma'am,
Mm-hmm.
PTMs are so much fun. I mean, they've made soaps and
Mm-hmm.
they decide the rate at which they should sell the soap, because then they calculate that, okay, the cost price of the soap comes to, let's say, 60 rupees. When we
Mm-hmm.
use the soap base, we use mint or you use lemongrass and things like that. And then they
Mm-hmm.
say that, okay, so we should get 10 rupees profit also. So we will sell it, for 70 rupees. So
Uh-huh.
in the process, they learn entrepreneur skills also. And then they make posters, to attract parents towards their stall. Okay, I'll prepare a nice poster. I'll put pictures of
Mm-hmm.
myself making the soap so that, it
Mm-hmm.
looks authentic. So it's a very good way of teaching entrepreneurship, teaching, graphic designing to a child, how to make his product attractive, how to sell a
Mm-hmm.
product. So that aspect also comes into place, ma'am.
Yes. It's various aspects of a child's personality comes out of doing
Yes,
all these things.
yes,
Like in today's age, in every process we use chemical. Like
yes,
hand wash,
yes,
we use chemical. Like washing clothes, we use surf, which is chemical. Like
yes,
brushing our teeth, we are using toothpaste, which are also a chemical thing. So
yes.
we should shift from all those things to the organic
Definitely,
things. What I feel.
definitely.
So we are getting also so many appreciation on YouTube
Okay.
and for our session. So let's digest this appreciation and have a
Yes.
lunch break now.
Okay.
So after that,
So what time,
we'll
ma'am, we are
meet
coming
again.
back? What time are we coming back?
We will join by 2 o'clock,
Okay.
and all we should have a herbal lunch today, at least.
Yes. Yes.
Pudina chutney.
Sure,
Yes,
sure.
I love podina ki chutney.
Yes, yes.
So we should all prepare a podina ki chutney. It will take hardly 10 minutes. And we should have a lunch with podina ki chutney today. I'm going to have it, sure, for sure.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
then
Let's
we
come back.
all will see you by 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Sunita ma'am. Good afternoon, Aarti.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hmm. So we are ready for our next part of the session. We
Yes,
should
ma'am.
start.
Yes.
Okay,
So
let's
you
continue.
can take over now. Class 7th, yes? Class 7th
Yes.
skill manual.
Okay, I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sunita ma'am, for delivering such an enlightening session on the herbal heritage. And you have already detailed about the skill subject. And we already gone through the manual for class 6. Now I'm Aarti Sharma and I'm going to deliver the presentation manual of class 7th, in which we are going to study about two herbs. One is aloe vera and the another one is tulsi. Okay, so this is the index in which the first chapter tells about the classification of plants. In this, the student will learn about the different types of plant based on, like they will learn about herbs, trees, climbers, and creepers. The second chapter is about the introduction of aloe vera through a become curious to learn more about this herb aloe vera. The third chapter is discovery, origin, and classification of aloe vera. Next, we will study uses and importance of aloe vera in chapter 4. And in chapter 5, student will learn about how to propagate or how to grow the aloe vera in their garden. In chapter 6, they will learn about harvesting and post harvesting methods and how to store the aloe vera for further uses. Then the seventh chapter introduces the Tulsi, the next herb of this manual, through a poem. Next, chapter 8 is the description of Tulsi through their origin on their habitats. In this, we can nature walk for the students where they can and tell them to observe the plants in their observation and classify the plants based on their habitats. Like they observe the plants are bushy in appearance and have a multiple woody stems. They classify them into shrubs. Then the tall perennial plants with a single woody stem or a trunk are classified into trees, and the thin weak stemmed plants that creep along the ground, they will classify them as creepers, and the thin weak stemmed plants that climb up other objects to grow are classified as climbers. So they can give examples also, like in climbers they have they give examples of pea plant. In creepers, money plant, hibiscus. So through this chapter, they will learn the different types of plants based on their habitats. Now, the introduction of aloe vera. So the first next chapter introduces the aloe vera and the story. There was a girl. She uh, uh, she was just arranging the wardrobe, and an advertisement was uh, delivered on the television channel about the cosmetic products for the women's. And she is the girl who always made up of from natural products. So we all are among them, the ones who prefer the cosmetic products which are derived from the natural products, whose ingredients are derived from the nature or the natural herbs. So we all recommend to apply aloe vera gel on our skin, or the products which contain the aloe vera products, aloe vera ingredient in them. So we can ask the students, they can share their experiences or incidents where they used aloe vera in their life. And through this experience, sharing of experience, we can move on to the introduction of the aloe vera and their benefits. So students will be very curious to learn about these products, about these herbs, and how they can use aloe vera gel in their daily life, and what are the benefits of this aloe vera gel or the aloe vera juices be consumed for various benefits, for various healthy benefit for us. Okay, so the plant name, we know that it is called aloe vera, and it is commonly known as Grit Kumari or Guarpatha or Barbadensis. It belongs to the family Asphodelaceae, and it belongs to the native region of Asia, Africa, India, and arid regions. Basically grown in the habits of arid regions like in Africa and India, and the part which we used uh, of this aloe vera are leaves, and we can extract the gel from the leaves of the aloe vera by the centrifugation method. So if we talk about the origin of the aloe vera, the evidences of aloe vera dates back 6,000 years with the carvings of the plant found in ancient Egypt. And the first recorded medicinal use of aloe vera appears on the Sumerian tablets from around 2200 BC in Mesopotamia, where it was described as a laxative. Laxative is a fluid which is found in the aloe vera stem, and these laxatives are used to prepare the tablets of aloe vera for consumption, and it was recorded in around 2200 BC. So we can say that the description of this herb aloe vera is already mentioned in our ancient texts. Ancient herbalists and physicians considered aloe vera a miracle plant for its various health benefits. So if we talk about how does the aloe vera look like, I am having a one stem of aloe vera. So you can see this leaf of aloe vera, and it is the plant basically grown in the dry arid region, and it is a succulent plant or a xerophytic plant because it grows in the warm and humid environment. Its leaves are very thick and fleshy. Basically, it is known as a phylloclades, which store the phylloclades are basically the leaves or the stems which photosynthesize, which helps in the photosynthesis and prepare the food for the plant. So this is a thick, fleshy green leaf it is having, and it is having some white patches on its leaves. The flowers of this aloe vera spikes up to 90 centimeter during summer season, and they are the pendulous with a yellow tubular corolla. They have a yellow colored flower. They are primarily cultivated in India and China. So if we talk about the health benefits of aloe vera, among the different varieties of aloe vera, the best one is Barbadensis miller. It is the variety of aloe vera which is considered beneficial for both topical and the internal consumption. And it is already given in the module that the best aloe vera that has to be chosen for the topical and the internal consumption is this Barbadensis miller. Now we talk about of aloe vera. This is the picture already taken from the module of class 7th Herbal Heritage module. It mentions that this aloe vera is having an antioxidant and antibacterial properties. And because it is also, its laxative is used for giving relief for indigestion or irritable bowel syndrome. It is a digestive problem where the person feel constipation and indigestion happened. So at that time, if you consume the laxative or the aloe vera juice, then it will give relief. Give relief to you during irritable bowel syndrome. So how we can extract the juice from the aloe vera leaf? You can extract from the green outer leaf of the aloe vera plant, and you can crush the plant and filtered out the liquid. So naturally it tastes bitter and it is slightly thicker than the plain water, but when you consume it, it may benefit your digestive tract and help to soothe uh, and cure the stomach disease. It also helps to heal burns because it is having a cooling properties, so it helps to heal our burns. It also helps in moisturizing and soothing the burning part. Next, it can relieve skin conditions. It can moisturize your skin because it is having a uh, lot of gel inside it, which gives a hydrating benefit to your skin. It hydrates your skin, moisturizes your skin, and keeps your skin healthy. So we can use aloe vera in our cosmetic products also. It heals cold sores, and it also helps to soothe the lining of the gut. So what are the properties of the aloe vera that makes it beneficial for our health, for our skin, for our digestive system? So it is having the properties which helps your skin, which keeps your skin healthy. It helps in hydrating your skin. It also helps to treat acne. If the children who are in their puberty stage or in their adolescent phase, they can apply the aloe vera gel on their skin, and this will help them to heal their acne or the pimples. It acts as an astringent also. It helps in nourishing your skin, regulates the pH of your skin, and it is having an anti-inflammatory property and antibacterial property. The nutritious properties which are present in aloe vera, that it stimulates your immune defense system. It helps in making your immune system strong because it contains a lot of vitamins and minerals. It is mentioned in the module that it contains minimum 9 minerals like calcium, zinc, selenium, and magnesium, which are all essential for the metabolic functions of your body. And it contains chromium, which enhances the insulin and heart related diseases. So the students can also get aware about these molecules like free radicals. They can also get to know about the different types of vitamins and minerals present in the herbs. So they also contain essential amino acids and some proteins. And it is mentioned in the module that Germany's regulatory agency already approved the use of aloe vera for the treatment of constipation. So it is already approved by the Germany's agency that we can consume aloe vera for treating constipation or the digestion related problems. The dosage of 50 to 200 milligram of aloe latex are commonly taken in liquid or capsule form once daily for up to 10 days. So this is the recommendation that how much aloe vera or the latex of the aloe vera we have to consume for treating constipation. Now we can use aloe vera as a biofertilizer also for our plants to nourish them. So this is the soil drench made from the aloe vera to make our soil more rich in nutrients so that our plants get enough nutrients. Instead of using chemical fertilizers, we can opt to this herbal fertilizer. So how we can prepare this aloe vera soil drench? The ingredients which are required are 1 to 4 or 1 by 4 or half cup of fresh aloe vera per gallon of water. So this small amount of aloe vera we need. And for a larger batches, you can blend about 2 large aloe vera leaves for a 5 gallon of bucket. Now we have to prepare the aloe vera. You just cut the fresh aloe vera leaves into chunks, and you can use the whole leaf, including the skin. We don't have to remove the outer green part. there is no need to peel or extract the gel. You just blend the whole leaf in the blender. Place the cut aloe vera chunks in a blender and filled halfway with water and blend until smooth. So we have to blend the mixture until it gets smoothened. Now we will dilute this solution by pouring the blended aloe vera mixture into your desired volume of water. For example, you can add one blender full of aloe mixture to a 5-gallon bucket of water. So you get enough amount of soil drench for your garden. And one thing we have to remember here is we should prepare the fresh soil drench, and we just keep it for 20 minutes, because after 20 minutes it gets ferment and loses its effectiveness. So it is very important to note that we should use this soil drench freshly prepared, and after 20 minutes we are not able to use it because it gets fermented. The next chapter in this module talks about the propagation of aloe vera. So as already Sunita ma'am mentioned, that students get to know about these terms. What is propagation? What are these different diseases like constipation, irritating bowel movement? So not only the students are learning about herbs, their properties, but also they are learning about different minerals, vitamins, and they are also learning about different new terms through this module. So in this chapter, they learn how to propagate the aloe vera. So for propagation, first we have to cut a leaf from the already grown aloe vera, from the potted aloe vera. We just cut one aloe vera leaf from the base, and then the knife which you are using for cutting the aloe vera, it should be clean, so that we can reduce the risk of infection into the leaf. Now next is you have to place the leaf for a few days to as long as 2 weeks, because this aloe vera containing some harmful substances in it, like aloe is one of the brown chemical substance. So before growing it into the another pot or into the another soil, we have to keep it in the warm condition, and we have to place it upside down so that we can remove this aloe, which is harmful for growth of the aloe vera, because it attracts many bacteria or many pathogens for the infection. So you can see that there is some brownish substance is extracting out. I hope it is visible to you. This is aloe. So we keep this aloe vera upside down before growing into the next soil to remove the aloe. And we have to keep it this aloe vera like upside down for as long as 2 weeks. Then we will take a we take a pot with some holes at its bottom. If your pot does not have a drain hole, then the soil will stay soaking wet. And aloe vera is our succulent plant. It does not need a lot of water. So we will having a pot with minute pores at its base, so that our soil not get large amount of water. After that, you just add the soil in your pot, which is a cactus mix. Cactus mix is a soil having all the nutrients required for the desert plants to grow, and it is somewhat dry soil because it does not require lot of moisture or lot of water. So we will place the soil inside our pot, and then we stick our cutted leaf onto the soil, pour in the pot, and we will water we keep it in the area where it receives direct sunlight. So you have to keep the aloe vera where basically it requires the sunlight duration of 8 to 10 hours, and the temperature below 25 degrees Fahrenheit. It is harmful for it, so it requires a proper temperature to grow. So when the when we propagate our aloe vera, now the next comes to the harvesting stage. In the harvesting, we can how we can extract the aloe vera gel from our aloe vera leaf. For this, we require a leaf, aloe vera leaf, and we will choose the leaf which is thick and mature, and we cut it from the bottom of the plant. First, we have to clean it. We have to clean the leaf with a sharp scissor or a knife, and we will cut it from the base of the plant. Now, the next step is you have to drain the aloe. As I already mentioned, aloe is a brown substance which is used to, which is basically harmful for consumption because it discomfort our digestive system. If we consume it or we apply it on our skin, it can cause irritation. This substance aloe can cause irritation to our skin, and it also discomfort our digestive system. Step to remove the aloe from the aloe vera. So you can remove it by placing the region which you have cut it down, the side which is cutted with the knife, we will keep it downward. And then the whole brown substance, the brown chemical will move out from it. We will keep it for 10 to 15 minutes so as to allow the yellowish aloe to drain out. This aloe is a bitter substance that can cause stomach discomfort. Now, after 10 to 15 minutes, when your aloe is removed, drain the leaf flat on a clean cutting surface and carefully slice off the spike your skin or for the topical applications. So here is one of the video where our children preparing the herbal soap use aloe vera or lemongrass essence in it. So this is the video. You can, I hope you can like it. Okay. Okay. So you have seen how our students prepared the soap. Uh, this is the soap prepared by our student, and it is written, the whole ingredients are written here. It is mentioning aloe vera soap base with neem leaves, neem oil with essential oils, and made by the students of our school. So this is the soap. These are the herbal soaps prepared by our students, and you can see some leaves are here. Some chunks of leaves are present in the soap. These are the neem leaves, and it is having some essence of lemongrass along with aloe vera gel extract. And this is the hand wash prepared by our students, herbal hand wash containing aloe vera gel extract and essence of lemongrass. So our students already preparing these products, and these school produce we gift we offered these produce to our visitors in our school. Okay. Now the next herb in this module is Tulsi, also known as the holy basil, and we all are aware about this herb because we all are having this Tulsi in our home. We we all grow Tulsi in our home, which is considered as a sacred basil, and scientifically it is known as Ocimum sanctum, and it belongs to the family Lamiaceae, commonly known as holy basil, sacred basil, or Tulsi, and it is a perennial plant. It is having five variants. Out of these, three are common and two are rare. The common ones are Krishna, Rama, and Vana, which are already grown in India. Uh, its leaves are very small, which are 2 to 4 centimeter long, generally green or purple in color. So you can see I am having tulsi with purple leaves. These are purple leaves, and the tulsi with green leaves. So these are the I'm having two variants only. In our school, there are two variants. So this is the one with purple flower. It is a Krishna tulsi, and this is green leaves with Rama tulsi. Their flowers are tiny, white or purple pink. They pink flower, and they smell like they smell sharp clover leaf like, and they grow especially in summer. The taste of these leaves of tulsi, it tastes little sweet and bitter, and sometimes like clove. We talk about the origin of the tulsi. It is basically cultivated in Uttar Pradesh region of the North India, and it is generally cultivated near the foothills of the Himalayas and south of Nepal. And it is believed to be originated first. It is believed to be originated in North and Central India, and then it widely spread to the other regions of the Indian subcontinent. So it is basically grown in Bangladesh, Eastern Nepal, China, and much of Southeast Asia. So you can also give activity to the students, like they can visit the garden, and they can identify the different types of tulsi according to based on their morphology. So we have three different types of tulsi, as I already mentioned: Rama tulsi, Krishna tulsi, and Vana tulsi. Rama tulsi is scientifically known as Ocimum sanctum. It has a bright green leaves called Rama tulsi, and uh, its leaves taste slightly sweet. Then we have a Krishna tulsi. Krishna tulsi, scientifically known as Osmum tenuiflorum, and it is called Krishna tulsi because the color of the Krishna is dark, and so the color of the leaves of this tulsi is purplish green, like dark in color. That's why this tulsi named as Krishna tulsi or the Shama tulsi. And Vana tulsi, it is Ocimum gratisum, and it is widely called as Vana. Basically, Vana tulsi grown up to 2 meter in height, and it is highly aromatic and slightly hairy green leaves it is having, and it has a strong antioxidant activity of which helps in the aging process, which helps in reducing the aging process. Okay, so next topic talks about the morphology of the tulsi. So how does this plant exactly looks like? So as already mentioned that it grows in the northern India near the Himalayas, foothills of the Himalayas and across the South Asia. It is a perennial plant which flowers in every spring season. It is erect and aromatic herb. Aromatic herb means it smells uh, uh, it smells very strongly, or it is a subshrub. It hides up to 30 to 60 centimeter with many branches. And its leaves are green or purple in color with opposite arrangement. Opposite means that the leaves are grown alternatively on a main axis on the stem. It is ovate. The leaves are oval in shape with 5 centimeter long and strongly scented. That's why it is an aromatic plant, because it smells very strongly, and it has toothed edges with hairy stems. Its flowers are purplish in color with racemose fluorescence. Racemose inflorescence means flowers are grown in a wall, in a closed walls. It is a erect plant which thrives in warm and humid climate. So it require a warm climate, warm temperature. It is widely cultivated in tropical region, and it yields clove scented oil from steam distilled leaf, because it is an aromatic herb, and it smell very strongly, so we can extract its oil by the method of steam distillation. And as already mentioned by Sunita ma'am, that the tulsi drop or the tulsi oil is generally available in the market. uh, and this tulsi oil or tulsi drops we can consume. uh, we take a warm water, and we put some drops of uh, tulsi oil in it, and we consume it. Then it will help us to cure our sore throat or a cold. And during COVID time, when the pandemic was there, this we most of us we consume this tulsi drop in our warm water to protect us from the infection from the virus. These are some of the benefits and importance of the tulsi. Uh, it basically this tulsi oil helps to combat the stress, because it acts as a antioxidant. So it makes our body free from the free radicals, and it helps to reduce the stress. If you smell the oil, tulsi oil, then it will give relief to your nerves, your neurons. It also promotes healthy liver function, because it is having anti-inflammatory properties and nematicidal properties. So it is used as a disinfectant agent. So it has ability to destroy microorganisms which can cause diseases. It helps to fight cancer, as I already mentioned that it is having a antioxidant property. Antioxidants are these are the agents which reduces the free radicals in our body. Basically, these free radicals uh, damages our cell. They cause damage to our DNA also, and they cause cancer and heart related diseases. So to reduce these free radicals, we can consume these herbs like tulsi. It has antioxidant property, and it can helps to fight with cancer. It also lowers blood glucose level. When you consume the juice with made up with the tulsi, it will help to control your high blood pressure and as well as cholesterol, which is the major problem which causes heart related problems. And tulsi is also rich in vitamin A, C, and zinc. These are natural immune boosters. So it keeps your immune system strong. We can make a tulsi leaves extract. And when we consume this tulsi leaf extract, it increases WBCs in our blood, that are white blood cells in our blood, and thus it helps to boost your immune system to fight the diseases. And when you consume the juices of Rama Tulsi, the leaves of the Rama Tulsi along with the ginger and honey, then it gives relief from the cold, fever, asthma, and cough. And it also beneficial for the diabetic patients if they add tulsi in their diet, then it will regulate their blood sugar level in their blood, because it having a hypoglycemic properties. Tulsi possess hypoglycemic properties, so it is generally recommended for the diabetic patients to include tulsi in their diet. It also decreases the level of uric acid in our blood, uh, which is the main reason for the kidney stones and gout in older age people. So this uric acid accumulation, pain and gout, or the kidney stones, of tulsi leaf or the tulsi juice, it reduces the uric acid in the joints and helps the patients who are suffering from the gout. And if you consume a tulsi tea, if you add tulsi in your tea, then it gives you a relief after uh, a long working hours. So consuming tea with tulsi leaf helps to relieve your stress. Tulsi also has significance in our Hinduism. It has a special place in our Ayurveda, and the role of Tulsi is already mentioned in our ancient text also. It is considered as a sacred by Hindus and worshipped by them. We all worship Tulsi generally during this Kartik Mass and Kartik Purnima. So it is worshipped as the avatar of Lakshmi and may be planted in front yard of Hindu houses or Hanuman temples. It is considered as to remove the negativity from the houses. So it is generally grown by Hindus in their houses, in the front yard of the houses. And several rituals are performed, like Tulsi Viva, which is a ceremonial festival performed between the period of Prabodhini Ekadashi. It is the 11th or 12th lunar day of the bright fortnight of the Hindu month of Kartik, and Kartik Purnima, which is the full moon of the month. Now, there are two methods of growing Tulsi. Student can learn two methods, one from seeds, how to grow Tulsi from the seeds, and another one is propagation of Tulsi by the vegetative parts, from the vegetative parts. So method one talks about the growing Tulsi with the help of seed. So first you have to fill a flower pot with high quality soil, and then you have to water it thoroughly, because our Tulsi need a enough amount of water. It is not a succulent plant, so it needs a water to grow. So we make the soil wet after pouring it inside the pot. So you should leave about an inch of space at the top of the pot. Add enough water to make the soil very moist, but don't add too much water because you don't want the soil to be soggy. So we don't want soggy soil because too much amount of water can rotten the roots of the plant. So we just add the enough amount of water which is required to our plant. Now we have to sow the seeds. The seed should be sown. You just sprinkle the seeds on the top of the soil and then gently press them down using your fingers or a small tamper. Then the seeds will be grown in about 1 to 2 weeks. We have to wait for 1 or 2 weeks, and then they start germinating and growing into a small plantlets. Because the seeds are so delicate, try using a spray bottle to mist the surface of the soil. When you have sown the seeds and you are watering the plant, avoid watering plant through pipe or through the any container or a jug. Instead, you just take a spray bottle and just water the plant, water the seed in the form of a mist. If you are pouring water in the pot, do so slowly and carefully so you don't disturb the seeds. Now, we have to place the plant in a warm and sunny window. So we have to keep this Tulsi plant require the sunlight of 6 to 8 hours and temperature of at least 21 degrees Celsius. So we have to set the pot in an area where it can receive plenty of indirect sunlight. direct sunlight can cause harm to the plantlets of the tulsi. So instead of giving direct sunlight, we have to set this pot in such area where the indirect sunlight is coming for 6 to 8 hours. And be careful not to leave the plant near open window or doors if the temperature cools down overnight. So with the help of this method, or with the help of these steps, our student can do this activity in their home also. We can give them as an homework to grow the tulsi plant in their home using seeds. So all the steps are mentioned very beautifully in the manual, and they can follow all these steps along with do's and don'ts, which are mentioned already in the manual. This is the another method by growing the tulsi from the tulsi leaf or the twig of a tulsi. So you have to cut a 4 to 6 inch stem from a mature tulsi plant. We have to remove a stem right below a set of leaves. It should have we choose the stem which is having already some set of leaves, and we remove that stem from the base. Then you have to pluck all the other leaves from the bottom. We just clear the bottom portion of the stem. If the bottom portion is having leaves, then we will remove that leaf from the bottom. And when cutting the stem, be sure to select one that hasn't flowered yet. If you are choosing the stem, you should choose that stem which is not flowered yet. You can take a cutting from a flowering stem, but it will be more difficult to root and makes it more difficult for the plant. Now the next step is use a clear drinking glass and fill it with enough water to cover just the bottom half of the stem. We have to take a glass and we have to fill the water so that the bottom of the stem of a plant covered in that water. You can place more than one stem in the container and just be sure it is not overcrowded. So we can place 3 or 4 stems of the tulsi in one glass, and we have to avoid overcrowding. Now change the water every day so the stem don't rot from an overgrowth of bacteria. We should change water every day. Water can cause some infectious growth of some infectious bacteria if we do not change it, and then it will rot the stem of our plant. So we have to change the water. Now choose a window sill or table that will allow the plant to get at least 6 to 8 hours of bright and indirect sunlight. Now transfer the cutting of a pot of soil when the roots begin to grow. When the roots from the stems begins to grow, then you transfer this twig along with the root into the pot having a soil. And it can take between 7 and 10 days to reach this point, and keep the tulsi in the potting soil for 2 to 3 weeks before planting outdoors if you choose to. So this is the another method where you can grow the tulsi from the twig of a plant. So when the tulsi is grown in your garden, you can store the leaves of the tulsi in the dried form, and you can use it for further purposes. Like what are the methods of harvesting it? It is mentioned clearly in the module, and how we can store them for further uses. This is also mentioned in the module. Next, how we can harvest it. So we first reap the tulsi leaf throughout the growing season. Once the plant is 8 inches tall, you have to cut a single leaf or a whole branch as needed. As per your need, you can take a single leaf or a whole branch, and use fresh leaves immediately as they fade quickly. If you have to use the leaf immediately, don't keep it for a longer time, because these leaves loses moisture and they get faded. So you have to allow leaves to wilt for 4 to 5 hours to reduce moisture and bulk. Then harvested leaves maintain oil quality for 6 to 8 hours, but should be processed soon after. Now, how you can store the leaves after harvesting? You have to make them dry, collect the leaves and dry them into the sunlight, or you can also dry them in the oven so as to lose the moisture. Then for extracting oil, you can perform the steam distillation process, or for adding the essence of tulsi, you can just use a carrier oil in which you can uh, add tulsi leaves and boil it for 20 to 25 minutes. The essence of the tulsi came into that carrier oil and you can use it for further purposes. You can also dry the leaves and pack them in a airtight bag for transport and store in a dry places. You can ask the students that for what purposes they can use tulsi leaf in their home. This is also one of the interactive activity for the students. Like they will share their ideas and their experiences where they use tulsi. Like in during cold or sore throat, we generally use prefer to drink the tulsi chai or tulsi tea, where this tulsi gives us the relief or soothe our throat and gives relief from the cold because it is having antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Now come on to the next module. This is the module for class 8, which talks about turmeric and ginger. So in this module, two herbs are mentioned, turmeric and ginger. This is the index of this module, tells about the classification of stem modification. So when the students come in class 8 and they read this module, they will learn about the stem modification. In class 7, they learned about the classification of plants based on their habitats. In this module, they will learn about these different types of stem modifications, and when they learn stem modification, then they learn more about these modified stems like turmeric and ginger. And they also learn the test or the experiments. They can do the experiments where they learn how to check the turmeric is whether the turmeric is adulterated or unadulterated. Introduced with the help of the story, a, ginger tea, then introduction to the ginger is the ginger. So when we comes to the stem modification, stems are basically the modified stems are divided into three categories. These are underground stems, subaerial stems, and aerial stems. So underground stems are the stems which are under the soil, which grown under the soil, and these stems basically functions as a to store the food. So this chapter in the class, we assign activity to our students that they can visit the vegetable market near their home, and they identify some examples of stems, underground stems that we use in our daily life or as a food. So they can come. They can come to learn about the potatoes. This is one of the underground stem. The ginger, which is a rhizome, and it is we used it in our food. Then corn and the bulb of onion. Subaerial stems are the stems which are partially upward from the soil and partially beneath the soil. These are basically runners found in grasses, suckers, stolon, and offset. Water hyacinth grows basically propagate through this offset only. Offset is a propagation, a propagule of this plant, a water hyacinth. With the help of this offset, they can spread into a large area and create a havoc in that particular area. These are the aerial stems which are grown above from the soil. You can see tendrils of pea plant, thorns in bougainvillea. These are the modified stem which are modified into the thorns like in succulent plants. Phylloclades in Opuntia, as I already mentioned, phylloclades, these are the stems which generally do photosynthesis because their leaves are modified into spines. So the photosynthesis function is uh, done by the stem only. So these stems, the stems of the succulent plants are known as phylloclades. For example, in Opuntia, then cladodes and asparagus, and bulbil and Dioscorea. Now, when we move on to the turmeric, so this chapter introduces turmeric with the incidents from our childhood. Like whenever we fall down during playing, our knee get injured, and our parents or grandparents turmeric paste on our wounds so that they get healed at faster rate, or they give us to consume haldi milk or the golden milk, which is known as a milk, haldi ka doodh. Generally, we consume it when we get injured while playing or while doing cycling in our childhood. See, so we all are aware about this dish that we already taken in our childhood time. So sharing these incidences, these stories with our students makes them curious to learn more about the properties, the antimicrobial properties or antibacterial properties of this herb, turmeric. So basically, this plant scientifically named as Curcuma longa because of the presence of a chemical known as curcumin. A chemical component present in this turmeric plant is curcumin. So from there, this name is derived, Curcuma longa, commonly known as haldi, manjal, turmeric root, and Indian saffron. It belongs to a grass family which is Gingiberaceae, and it belongs to the region of Southeast Asia and Indian subcontinent. It is an erect plant hurrying to the height of 60 to 100 centimeter. The parts that are used in turmeric are the leaves and the underground rhizome. You have seen in the market, or you can see here, it is somewhat appears like a ginger. It is known as amba haldi. It is a raw haldi which we derive from the rhizomes from the turmeric plant. So this is amba haldi, which appears somewhat similar to the ginger, but it is not a ginger. It gives milk if we add it in the milk. We can extract the turmeric oil by the steam distillation method. If we talk about the origin of the turmeric, the module beautifully mentions its origin, that from where it is originated and how it is spread to different parts of the country. So basically, this turmeric is an aromatic medicinal plant already known to our Indians since our ancient times. The description of this herb is already mentioned, where the people are using this herb in Ayurveda. From the time of Ayurveda, there are Sanskrit texts belonging to 5th and 6th centuries AD, which describe the usage of turmerics. Marco Polo mentioned the use. So China, this turmeric is also introduced into the China by Marco Polo. And the turmeric comes from the root of the Curcuma longa. This is the plant family Curcuma. From there, this turmeric derived. And this plant requires the warm tropical climate and lots of rain to grow and thrive. So while introducing the turmeric, we can ask students that they can name any dishes where they can use this herb turmeric to give the attractive yellow color to their dish. So student will actively participate in this activity. They will share their dishes where they can use this turmeric herb for giving a beautiful color to their dish. Okay, these are some of the recipes which are already shared in the module, given in the module, made from the turmeric, made from the haldi, along with the ingredients and stepwise preparation technique, how we can prepare this particular dish. So this is already mentioned very clearly in the module. This is the special feature of this module, that they also mentioned the recipe of the various dishes made from the herbs. So this is one of the superfood latte. It is an inflammatory Ayurvedic healing kappa. So here we required half teaspoon of turmeric and half teaspoon of fresh grated ginger. So you can take amba turmeric, which is the raw form of the haldi. You just grate it, or you just take a powder, and 2 to 3 peppercorns, 2 cups of milk with some spices like cardamom, nutmeg, or cinnamon, and honey for the taste. Now we can combine all the ingredients except the honey. We will add honey at the last. You just have to add all the ingredients like turmeric, grated ginger, peppercorns, and milk all together, and we'll simmer it for 2 to 3 minutes or strain it. And then we will add honey when the mixture has cooled a little. This is known as golden milk or haldi ka doodh, which is an Indian natural medicine as a winter drink to heal cough and sore throats. Trendy cafes worldwide are now offering these traditional drink in a modern form, like espresso or a golden latte with a similar recipe. Now we will come to the health benefits of the turmeric. It has anti-inflammatory properties. Because it has anti-inflammatory properties, so it helps people to reduce redness, swelling, and pain in the body. So whenever we feel tired or having pain in our body, we just consume haldi ka doodh or a golden milk, so as to we get relief from the pain. It also helps to prevent arthritis. It improves the digestion because this haldi or the turmeric contain a compound called curcumin. So this curcumin is having an anti-inflammatory property which helps to uh, cure the digestive disorders like bloating and inflammatory bowel diseases. It also helps to control the blood sugar levels and improves our heart health. This curcumin, which is the main ingredient of the turmeric, lowers the blood sugar level and the cholesterol and improves the cholesterol, and thus improving the heart health. It is having antioxidant property, so it reduces free radicals in our body and prevent us from the diseases like cancer. It is also observed that it may help in preventing Alzheimer's diseases. So basically, what is Alzheimer disease? The student will learn about this disease, like there are damage in the neurons and nerve cells, which leads to the destroy of our memory and other important mental functions. So to prevent this Alzheimer disease, it is observed. There is one research study which mentioned that the Indian peoples has a relatively lower rate of occurrence of Alzheimer's disease. And uh, how the Indian people are at lower risk of Alzheimer disease? What they consume, what they have special in their food, which makes them low risk of Alzheimer disease. So basically, the Indian people consume turmeric in most of their food dishes. So their average daily intake of haldi is about 125 milligram, and this 125 milligram curcumin per day reduces the risk of Alzheimer disease, and that's why the Indian peoples are at very lower risk of this disease. It also eases the symptoms of arthritis because it has anti-inflammatory property. So it have demonstrated to help rheumatoid arthritis patients. It helps in relieving from the joint pains and osteoarthritis. It also helps to reduce the depression. It can help the people with the depression. The curcumin, which is the main ingredient of this haldi, it can increase the serotonin and the dopamine. These are the two brain chemicals which released from the brain one is serotonin and one is dopamine. So this serotonin and dopamine are considered to reduce the depression by affecting your mood. So if you consume this turmeric in your diet, you just get relief from any stress or depression because of the increase in the level of serotonin and dopamine. So it is a magic spice uh, which can relieve us from the depression, from the stress, and it can helps us to prevent from the Alzheimer's disease. It controls diabetes. It boosts our immune system, improves our digestive system, and it also helps to improve our skin health. There are many cosmetics, DIY cosmetic things we make in our home, like a DIY haldi mask, which is known as haldi mask. It is generally used to remove the tanning from your skin. So generally, people make the haldi mask. They add haldi, besan, some amount of honey, and prepare the face mask and apply over the face. Topically apply it on the face, and it helps us to remove the tanning and some and also helps to remove the dead cells from our skin. So you can use this herb in the cosmetic products also. When we talk about the propagation, this turmeric plant we can uh, grow in a pot. We use a 12-inch deep wide pot for turmeric to grow. Then we will place 2 to 3 bud rhizomes 2-inch deep in moist rich soil. This is in the picture you can see this is a bud rhizome, and when we place this bud rhizome 2-inch deep in the moist soil, the turmeric plant start germinating from it, from the bud of the rhizome. For the fertilizers, we feed with the compost and liquid fertilizers every 3 to 4 weeks. Here we can use the aloe vera soil drench that we talked in the module 7 to rich our soil with the nutrients. We will keep the soil moist and mist foliage in dry weather. Then dig up after 8 to 10 months when leaves yellow. When the leaves become yellow, then we have to dig it up after 8 to 10 months. So we have to wait for a long time. We have to wait for 8 to 10 months to grow it up. And then when we are ready with our plant, turmeric plant, then we harvest it. We take the turmeric rhizome, clean it thoroughly, boil it for 45 minutes for getting the even color, and then we cut it into the pieces. After cutting into the pieces, we let them dry under the sun, and after drying, we grind them into a grinder, mixer grinder, and convert it into a turmeric powder. Now this turmeric powder is ready for use. So basically, in this chapter, adulteration, the students will learn the term adulteration. They get to know about this term adulteration, and they will learn how they can differentiate between the adulterated turmeric and unadulterated turmeric. In the market, adulteration is basically the contamination of our herb. When we consume this turmeric powder in the powdered form, so many kind of adulterated substances are added in it, like chalk powder is added in it, or some brick powder is added in it. So this becomes a contaminated turmeric, which is harmful for the consumption, which is harmful for our health. So if you want to check whether the haldi which you brought from the market, haldi powder, is it adulterated or is it a pure? So you can check by different methods, by different experiments. So one is the palm test method. What you will do in it, you will put a pinch of turmeric on your palm and massage it with the thumb on your hand for 15 to 20 seconds. For 15 to 20 seconds, you have to massage it on your palm. If the pure turmeric powder, if it is a pure turmeric powder, then it will stick to your palm and creating a strong yellowish stain on your palm. You can see here that my palm becomes yellow. So it is indicating that it is a pure form of the turmeric. It does not have any adulterated substance in it because it is the turmeric is stick to my palm. Next is the water test. In this, you will take a glass of warm water and add a teaspoon of turmeric powder to it. Then you have to let it sit for around 10 to 15 minutes. If the turmeric powder settle down, then uh, it is a pure turmeric powder. And if it is float on the water, that means it is adulterated. Next is your methanol test. Methanol is one of the adulterant which is found in the brick powder. So if your haldi powder is having some amount of brick powder in it or a methanol in it, it will give pink color in the presence of HCl. You just take a test tube, inside it add turmeric powder, some amount of water and add HCl. If this turmeric becomes this turmeric, that means it indicates the presence of methanol. Next is chalk powder test. Place a teaspoon of turmeric powder in your test tube and fill it with a few drops of water and hydrochloric acid. If the bubbles appear in the solution like this, then it is a adulterated turmeric. The presence of chalk powder is indicated by the formation of the bubbles. So you can see in the picture, if bubbles are seen after adding HCl, then it means that the turmeric powder is adulterated with the chalk powder. So these are some of the adulteration test with the help of which you can check whether your turmeric powder is adulterated or pure. The next herb in this module is ginger. When we talk about ginger, the one thing come in our mind is ginger tea. We all love this ginger masala tea. It gives us relaxed feeling when we got tired after lot of work. So sharing the stories with the students about their ginger shared with their friends and having a cup of tea in their family, sharing a time with the family. All these incidences and experiences helps the students to engage in the class and will make them curious to learn more about benefits, why we consume it, and why it is giving us a relief after getting tired from the work if we consume it in the form of ginger tea. So basically, this plant is scientifically known as Gingiber officinale, and the family is Gingiberaceae. The turmeric and the ginger both belong to the same family, Gingiberaceae, and it belongs to the native region Southeast Asia, India, and China. This is a perennial seed-like plant with annual leafy stem, about a meter, 3 to 4 feet tall. The part that we used are underground stem, and we extract its essential oil by the hydrodistillation method. So basically, the chemical compound which is present in the ginger, which gives a distinct aroma, and that's why it is used in aromatherapy, is the presence of gingerol and shogaol and paradol. These are the chemical components present in it, which gives it a specific aroma to the ginger. So if we talk about the origin, ginger was first originated in southern China. It spreads to India, the Maluku Island, and other parts of Asia and West Africa. It reached Europe in the 1st century through Roman trade with India. Ginger is a flowering plant whose rhizome, ginger root, or ginger is widely used as a spice and a folk medicine. It is defined as an underground stem. What is rhizome basically? Rhizome is an underground stem that grows horizontally under the ground and it has nodes. So it is an underground stem. Ginger is a type of flowering plant whose rhizome we use as a spice, as a food, or as a medicine. What are the benefits of ginger? So, because it contains gingerol, so it has a powerful medicinal properties, as I already told, like turmeric. It is having a curcumin, its main ingredient, which is having an anti-inflammatory property. Like turmeric, it is having a gingerol, which is the main ingredient of this ginger and gives it a medicinal property. So it is basically used to aid digestion. It reduces nausea and help fight the flu and common cold. So whenever we are suffering with the common cold or having a sore throat, we generally prefer to drink the kadha containing this ginger, tulsi, and many other herbs, other spices. So this ginger plays a very important role in giving relief from the common cold. It can help with the osteoporosis also, osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis is basically the degeneration of the joints in the body. So there are some studies which shows that consuming ginger is very effective at reducing the symptoms of osteoarthritis, especially of knee. It is drastically reduce the lower blood sugar level and improve the heart disease risk factors. It has shown that ginger lower the blood sugar level and improve various heart disease risk factors in people with type 2 diabetes. It also helps to lower the blood cholesterol. It also helps in easing joint pains, build the immune system, and it acts as a natural anti-inflammatory component. It is also often called a superfood. Why it is called a superfood? Because it contains a very high nutritional density per portion. So we use ginger as a complementary spice or a herb in many dishes or many food items. Propagation of ginger. So for the propagation, first we have to select the site. We need warm, humid climate with partial shade. It does not need the direct sunlight, so it needs a partial shade which is protected from the strong winds. First, we have to loosen the soil before growing the ginger, propagating the ginger. We have to lose the soil so that there should be a proper air exchange into the soil. The soil should be loomy and it is well drained with pH 5.5 to 6.5. This is the desirable pH of the soil in which the ginger can grow. Now you put cut rhizome, you take a cut rhizomes and grow them into a callus. Callus is a mass of cells which are then later on converted into or grown into a plants apart and 2 to 4 inches deep. You can put these rhizomes with several spaces like 6 to 8 inches apart so that they don't get overcrowded, and it should be 2 to 4 inch deep inside the soil. Then you have to apply the fertilizers, slow release fertilizers at the planting. You can also add compost as needed. You have to water the plant 2 to 4 times weekly and reduce as weather cools. If the weather is cool or the weather is not humid or not warm, then we have to reduce the uh, reduce the time of watering, and we have to remove the weeds every 45 to 60 days. When the ginger is grown into a plant or into a rhizome, then we have to harvest it. How we can harvest it? You just take the raw ginger, you wash it, clean it, and sort it. from the fresh ginger and the infected ginger. We have to sort the gingers, healthy gingers from the infected ones. Then we have to peel the outer covering of the ginger, and we have to chop it into different slices. Soak it into the water, take out from the water, and let them dry under the soil. And after drying, you can do the steam distillation for the extraction of the oil, essential oil, or you can extract the oleo resin from it, or you can store it into the bags, plastic bags, in the form of a packing for later uses. You can use them in for further purposes. So thank you. This is all about these herbs mentioned in the module 7 and 8 of Herbal Heritage. We talked about neem, and we also talked about Tulsi, aloe vera, turmeric, and ginger and their uses.
So
Thank you,
just
Aarti ma'am. Thank you, Sunita ma'am.
thank
I
you
think
so
we have
much.
completed all the modules for
Yeah.
class 6, 7th, and 8th.
Hanji. Yes.
Is it Aarti ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have completed.
Yes, ma'am. We have completed.
Okay. So today I have learned major herbs like lemongrass, mint. We are already aware of the taste of mint. We are already aware of the ginger taste. We are already aware of the uses of turmeric. But not all the uses we are aware. But thanks to both the resource person, they made us aware about all the useful techniques, how we can use all the herbs in our daily routine life. So uh, any suggestion, Sunita ma'am, Aarti ma'am, you want to give to our audience?
I think, ma'am, these are wonderfully written CBSE modules, and I will strongly recommend to all the school teachers to kindly introduce this from next year in their middle school, 6th, 7th, 8th. It has been a great learning experience, believe me, for me as well as for my team of teachers. We all have learned so much in the process. So I think the teachers, if they start this module next year, they will definitely learn more about these plants and the practical aspect of biology. Biology is a wonderful subject, and if it is connected to our household, it becomes even more interesting and engaging. So my request is that the teachers who are attending the session today, they should definitely introduce it in the school. It does not require any special permission from CBSE. CBSE says the schools can start it on their own. The testing has to be done by the teacher herself. I mean, no CBSE agency is going to prepare a test for you. So I think this should be introduced, ma'am.
It is easy to carry this subject
Yes,
from class 6, and it
yes,
is engaging also. It is like connecting with your soil also.
yes,
We if we start from the class 6, then automatically children would fall in love with that this subject.
This,
yes.
these modules also contain activities for the students. They can engage in these modules, and they can make the classroom learning interesting uh,
Mm-hmm.
with these
They are.
activities.
They not only will learn about the activities related to the growing plants, they will also learn the activities like how to use the, like ma'am is using sink for
Yes.
uh, for the growing of mint. So
Hmm.
waste material can be used.
Recycling of the waste
Yes,
material.
always waste is not a cupboard. We can use that cupboard in a
Definitely.
very meaningful way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. So
Thank
thank
you,
you, Aarti ma'am.
everyone.
Thank you, Sunita ma'am.
Thank
For sure, I'm planning to organize a offline workshop. We want to take a real-time experience from your side, from your school.
you. It will be a
So
pleasure to welcome the CBSE team and all the bio teachers from across India to our
yes,
school and train them. in the horticultural practices.
Thank you for such a
Yes.
wonderful session, Aarti ma'am, Sunita ma'am, and
Thank
Thank you,
it's
ma'am.
quite obvious that all the audience would be fan of both of yours.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, all the participants, we will meet again in a next wonderful session on the same subject or maybe on some other subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.